Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm La Ubaga. Retired President Uhuru Kenyatta has urged Kenyans to pray for the leadership of the nation, that they may be sensitive to Kenyans' needs. Speaking at a church in Meru, Kenyatta also advised leaders to address the grievances raised by Kenyans to ensure the well-being of the nation.
Yangu ni kusema tuendelee kuombea nchi yetu ya Kenya. Tuendelee kuombea viongozi wetu, sababu lazima tuombee viongozi wetu. Lakini pia tuendelee kuomba ya kwamba viongozi wetu watafungua masikio na roho zao na wasikie kilio cha wananchi ambao wanaongoza.
Kenyatta further called on the church to play its role in the nation of praying and correcting the leadership whenever they go wrong.
Pray for your family, we pray for your diocese, we pray for God's guidance and His hand over you as you execute your new responsibilities, and we are confident that you shall be able to fulfill that which God has set forth for you. You, as the church, have a moral responsibility to ensure that our nation stays on the right path.
He further jokingly said that these days he is not part and parcel of the politicking that has seen the partnership of several leaders in the name of saving the nation.
Yangu tu ni kusema hiyo mambo ya maex labda zamani, lakini siku hizi mimi asiniangalie vile alikuwa ananiangalia mimi siko huko. Na hata Kinoti naweza kumtetea, alikuwa jirani wangu. Kama alikuwa anachelewa kufika nyumbani ni kwa sababu tulikuwa kazini, sio mambo mengine. Sijui siku hizi kwa sababu amerudi Meru siwezi kusema, lakini kama ameendelea hivyo, sisi ni watu wazuri, hatuna shida na hiyo maneno.
Anglican Church Archbishop Jackson Olasipit has reiterated his stance that political leaders won't be allowed to speak from the pulpit of the church. Speaking at the ordination of Gerald Mwangi as the ACK Bishop of Mount Kenya Western Meru at a ceremony attended by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, Olasipit said the order will continue to be observed by all political leaders, including President William Ruto.
It is not that we don't love you, but we have to establish protocols for the Anglican Church that we will allow you to greet people and all of you outside. And we have said, even if the president was here, we will still do the same, because we want what happened in the worship and sanctuary to be respected, and other communication will be given out there, because it will not be part of worship, it will be communication to the nation.
In this regard, the Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Kakamega, Joseph Obanyi, has banned politics from funerals in the area. Speaking during the annual Mass for Catholic men in Lurambi, Bishop Obanyi expressed disappointment with leaders who use such platforms to promote their agendas without regard for the bereaved.
Tulianza kuwa na tabia fulani hapa ambapo kwa matanga sasa badala ya kutoa heshima kwa ile familia, kila ambacho wakati mwingine kinafanyika ni ya kwamba watu wengine wanakuja wanachukua hiyo hafla wanaanza kuongea mambo yao, na wakati mwingine uharibifu unafanyika mpaka tena ni wewe unalipizwa badala ya kufarijiwa. Na ningependa wanaume komesha hayo mambo. Ikiwa unapewa nafasi useme pole, ukae utuambie juu ya mipango ya maendeleo. Sasa kwa matanga siku hiyo sisikii mambo ya barabara. Sasa ningependa kuambia mapadre, tafadhali katika parokia dhibiti, simama na huyo Mkristo, tetea yeye, kataa au viongozi wote ambao wanakuja na siasa zao.
That's the News Wire. I'm La Ubaga.
Good morning to you, and let's take a quick look at what's happening on the roads today. It is Monday, and is traffic doing the thing? Well, let's see. Not much, actually. Let's take a look differently today, and as you start on Uhuru Highway coming in from Mombasa Road, nothing much happening here, and it's not clicking too much. We have free flow of traffic into the city. Also, taking a look at the Thika Super Highway, that is free as well. We're starting to see a little bit of a build-up as you get towards the underpass at Pangani, but apart from that, it looks like Monday is not Mondaying just yet. We'll take a look and see how things develop as we get through it, and we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Salama.
Uko salama leo asubuhi?
Kabisa, as you can see.
Good morning, Dennis.
Good morning. How's your weekend?
Where? Look, hand over heart. Is it beating? Yes, we move. We move from there. Other things to talk about that. Hey.
Other things remain constant. Uko salama.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Siti ya leo asubuhi ukoaje? Yani CET.
Yes.
Bas. Naongea na wewe.
Vipi lakini?
Poa sana. Wewe leo asubuhi ukoaje?
Leo asubuhi na hata jana usiku nilikuwa sawa.
Okay.
Good to see you, City.
Hi.
Hello.
Dennis.
Habari yako?
Fit.
Salama sana?
Nyinyi iko mzima?
Nyingi sana kabisa.
You have to read the man a language he understands.
Definitely.
Hata sisi iko mzima.
Iko mzima. Nashukuru.
Yes, you must. It's into Monday, and a number of things happening over the weekend, and getting into it this morning. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. To Kapa City, you have a sour look on your face like you've just drank vinegar.
No, that's not a sour look. That is a face of appreciation.
Oh, you've appreciated something. Somebody sent you a nice picture. Oh, nice. Okay, watch it back into you.
No, hapo tu.
Hapo.
Huko mbali. Huko mbali.
I'll just leave it. I'm happy that you're happy. If you're happy, Liko Salama. People there, Edna is there, and guess what, guys? Edna, wave properly. Don't just do like this. Proper wave. But she's even dancing. Very good, very nice. No, I think we just need to establish the fact that, and I think at some point we need to pray as well, because Edna's not really okay. Things have not completely settled mentally. She says that the reason why she's like this today is because guess who's back? Back again.
She's like what exactly?
Lydia. Red J is here.
Yeah, I saw her.
Sasa Edna is saying that she's behaving crazily only today because Lydia is here. It's the Lydia effect.
Edna's behaving crazily.
I don't believe it for a minute, because this is Edna's normal, thing.
Yeah.
All right.
But they were happy that Lydia is here.
Yeah,
Lydia. Wave at people.
We love your mustard coat.
Good morning. Karibuni sana. So we're all happy. Everybody's in the house. Good to be here this morning. And as we're getting into a number of conversations, we do have some. And we can see you guys, keep coming in. The door is open. Live stream Zikoju. Yes. Is that how you say when you say live streams are up in English?
Yeah.
You say live stream Zikoju.
Koju, yeah.
Okay, sawa.
Yeah, direct translation.
Properly.
How would you say that in Nigeria?
What's the word for live stream?
You tell me.
Igbo doesn't have live stream, I beg.
What's the word for continuous? Okay, what's the word for never ending?
Where? Hey.
Okay, what's the word for let's continue?
Do I have a brain freeze this morning? My goodness. Keeping it moving and real fast at that. Let me tell you some of the conversations that we'll have this morning, even as you get into the live stream. Onye That's now in Igbo. Abi? Okay, so at 7 o'clock this morning, a conversation that we will have around the reshuffling of government, moving about of government offices here and there. Herman Manyora, who's a political analyst, will join us at 7 a.m. and just saying, okay, PSs named, others added. I believe 7 new PS departments were brought in. Others were moved. Some people, it would seem as though they were demoted, promoted, whatever the case may be. Ryla congratulated for having truly a full countrywide, nationwide, tribal-wide approach towards the appointments. So, him being said that he did a good job in terms of those.
Face of Kenya.
Yes. It's truly the face of Kenya with the PS appointments. I don't know why you're looking at me. It's not me who said.
You were talking. I am facing the direction.
No, it's the way you're looking at me with scrutiny. Like,
what do you mean?
What's this chick saying?
This is how I look. What time is it?
It's 6:13.
How exactly do you expect me to look at 6:13?
Okay, let's understand that it's 6:13. So we see what happens at 7:13. And then at 8 o'clock, Raphael Tuju, he's a former Secretary General of the Jubilee Party. He's had an open letter to the Chief Justice, and he's talking about the integrity of the Supreme Court. And there are a number of conversations that we'll have with him. He will be in the hot seat at 8 o'clock. And then at 9 o'clock, a gentleman a few weeks ago went missing. His wife and his mother said, we saw him. He was here. He came to this area of Lake Nakuru, and then we didn't see him by the time he should have normally been back the next day. We didn't see him. Tell us what's going on. That didn't happen. Weeks after that, it was said that his body was found near the lake area. That is still yet to be confirmed. KWS officer said, we don't know. Court said, KWS doesn't have a case to answer. Gentleman Brian Odhiambo, still missing. A cry for justice. Where is Brian Odhiambo? We'll be joined by Alvi Aoko, who is his wife, and we'll also be joined by Michael Kuria, who is the Operation and Networking Officer at Voco Kenya. We'll have that conversation with them at 9 a.m. So that's what the Situation Room will do this morning, and we're already seeing you guys getting into the room today. And even as we continue with these conversations, remembering that it's important for us to have them, we do have them, and always great that you join us to have them. All right, so we know that a number of you have clicked into the room this morning and already saying hello. And as we get into it, just keep coming in. Tell us where you're tuned in from, and we will say a lovely Situation Room welcome to you. If you can just get all the tongues untied this morning, that'll even be better. All right, so yes, we can see you, and good morning to you. Excuse me. Good morning. And we can even start from the middle. Who says we can't? But why not? Joe Mungai tuned in from Bonnie Lake, Washington, and says, good morning. Chienade. And then you answer, Maber. Thanks. I hope the president learned something from the Nyayo Stadium chants yesterday. He needs to have a very serious reflection. Yeah, the Nyayo Stadium chants yesterday, I don't know why I felt so bad watching and listening. I felt really bad. I felt bad.
What did you feel bad about specifically?
I don't know. When I heard it, and I was like, oh my goodness. This is in how, because the Nyayo Stadium was packed to the rafters yesterday. And
why was it packed again?
There was a match.
Gabon.
There was a World Cup qualifier,
yes,
between Gabon and Kenya. Harambee Stars, yes. Yeah.
Who won?
Gabon won 2-1.
This is shameless. You come to a country, you're supposed to lose. Then when you go to your country, you can win.
You can win.
Yeah, go and win in your own country. Don't come and win in somebody else's country. Surely, what kind of bad manners are those? Surely.
Are these Africans really?
Umepewa fursa ya kufanya mambo, and then now
Chill.
you come and beat your hosts. What kind of thing is that?
What is the score line?
2-1.
2-1, 2 to them.
Yes.
We give them.
Sindio?
We allow
Okay.
them.
If it had been 5-1, then you would have said, okay, probably.
They really want.
Probably.
No, we're being courteous.
Okay.
We understand how to treat guests.
Yeah.
You understand?
We do understand.
Okay. So in the time when the crowd had been told that the president would be arriving at the match, it broke out into chants of Ruto must go.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Are you very serious?
For easily 10 minutes. And that's a long time. For easily 10 minutes. And it seemed as though the crowd, the MC, what is that guy called? It seemed as though he was egging the crowd on.
Are you serious?
Yeah. And that's why I felt bad, because I was like,
What was he saying that amounted to him egging the crowd?
When the crowd would say Ruto must go, then he said, Munasema nini?
Yeah.
Kenya. So it's like he just...
Who was that person?
I don't know who it
It was one of the MCs.
One of the MCs of the day. Akujia Sikuje.
No, that one, I'm hearing it and I'm feeling bad already.
Yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. I just have to say, I didn't like it. There's an international, showing. There were, members from an international community were also there. The whole nation was watching. I felt I didn't like it. I just have to register my dislike.
Kenya, Gabon was watching some.
Yeah, Gabon was watching.
Yeah,
Other
it
countries
was being
were
streamed
watching.
live, so everyone could
around the
access
world.
it.
It's a World Cup qualifier, so FIFA, organizations, Chan, everybody was there. Olympic. Nah, man, it was not. I didn't like it. So now you understand why I didn't like it.
I'm with you there. Even I don't like it.
Even I don't like it. Yeah, so we are together.
They were together on this one, yeah.
Good morning, Spice team. Kenyans have a long way to go. Even with the suffering Kenyans are going through, someone still expands the executive, creating more PS as well. Nyaya Stadium was a beehive of chaos. Even stairs had to deliver chaos. In Malawi, beehive, we say Njuchi Ngoma, Sawa. Njuchi. B in Kiswahili is Nyuki. Okay.
Is that Don Sabo?
It's Don. Don can just be making up things here and we don't know. Because you don't know Malawian. Don, just tell us the truth. Rahamtullah Omar says, good morning from Colchester. Good morning from Mombasa, says Robert. Cyprian Kambuni is tuned in from Dayton. And Oyaore from 1,000 Hills, says Michael Olande. Good morning, Team Spice. Tuned in from Kericho. Dennis, teach Ndu how to pronounce Ngong Road, because what on earth is Gong Road?
Ngong.
Is it not Ngong?
It's Ngong.
Don't I say Ngong?
You do say Ngong.
So what is this person talking about?
Ngong.
I don't say that.
For freedom of press.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah.
So I just allow them.
It's a constitutional right.
Freedom
so
of
you can express yourself.
It's okay, they can say no problem. My take says, I was in that stadium and it's only a small section of those fake football fans who were chanting that nonsense, but at least they saw an example of what happens to goons when they disregard advice. My take, good morning. Hello, Princess. Good morning, Leo. CT Anaseto, a documentary on local TV class-based crisis is a continuation of the inequality in our education sector. I watched that, actually. Bonjour à tous, says Agola. Good morning to you, sister. Good morning, all. Robinson Kisero says good morning. Morris Andati is also tuned in. Robinson is in Hong Kong, and he says, what's the essence of telling us to live within our means, yet the president keeps on creating more offices to reward his cronies and those of Raila? Well, these are questions, aren't they? We'll talk about them.
Well, he's giving more people opportunity to live within their means.
How about you come over here and live within your means with us?
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Let's all live within our means, shall we?
Yes.
Yikes.
Let's tighten our belts together.
Come and let us tighten our belts.
As we live within our means. Yes.
Exactly.
You know those belts that have like over 1 million
holes.
Yeah. So
How much further can we pull this thing?
exactly.
Pap D says, I should ask CT if he's aware that Bunyoro Kitara Empire in Uganda under Luo Babito dynasty was the largest empire Eastern Central Africa over Bachwezi. Did you know that?
Yes, I do.
Fantastic.
I do.
There's the answer to your question.
That I do, but also he must understand that the tumultuous nature of that empire and the infighting led to very many people running away from the Bunyoro Kingdom, especially those who had come in and had been advisors of kings. They were the Luos. There are those who claim that the Abasuba community were actually the people who are the the progeny of the people who escaped from the tumultuous infightings within the Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom.
And then they came and they settled in what is now Suba.
What is now Suba, and that's why there are those who argue that if you look at Mfangano Island, people for the longest time lived up on top of the hills.
Yeah.
They always wanted to have full vision of people who might be coming after them. They escaped by sea and they assumed that people would be coming after them. That is how that's a version of how the Abasuba came to be.
So that's very interesting.
So pretty much the hills were like their lighthouse.
Yes, that's a lighthouse you can see. And for the longest time, people, they may plant some things near the lake, but they didn't. They avoided any activities around the shore. That has changed now over time.
Wow.
Yes.
That's interesting.
No wonder. They say they're actually a minority. Yeah.
And there are those who argue and say that they're actually Bantu.
They're actually Bantu.
Yes. And if you listen to the language, it is very much Bantu.
Oh, so it's not.
They have a distinct language.
Yeah.
Distinct.
But are they considered part of the Luo? They lumped with the Luo.
They were assimilated.
They were assimilated.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're low by choice.
Well done.
Actually, low by limited choice.
They didn't have much of a choice, it would seem.
Not really.
Jeez. Okay, so that's interesting, Papti. Thanks for sharing that with us. And Gore, we can see you, beautiful lady. Good morning. And Jimmy Manuthi says, good morning. Let the show begin. It has begun. Trust you had a good weekend, brother. Erica War is also tuned in and says, Harambe Stars decided to disappoint us at home. CT has registered his disappointment as well. Good morning from Doha, says Bernardito. Ask CT to talk about Tuju's letter to the CJ. Well, we'll do you one better. Tuju will be here himself and he will talk about that, right? Mm-hmm. Good morning to CT Dennis. Good morning, Situation Roommates. Glad to be here. That's great. I like that. Situation Roommates.
Roommates.
That's something we can do something with that, can't we, Edna? Yeah. Rose Gray says, good morning, tuned in from Tamu. Georgia Koth is also tuned in and says, good morning to everybody. The Nyaya Stadium chaos should not worry Ruto. Just the lives of ordinary Kenyans. That's what he should be thinking about. Vushere Avakongo Vosi says, King Dave, good morning to you. Ben Otieno is also tuned in and says, kindly have a good week. We shall kindly have one. And everybody has questions for CT this morning. And he's asking CT his nickname given to him by his students when he was teaching. What was that? That clearly has brought some reminiscence.
Yes, but let the students tell me.
Let them say.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. If you are here, roommates, and one of you happens to have been CT's student, or know somebody who was, tell us what is the nickname that he was called. Mombasani Ikolokt, Ruto said he will continue giving the hard-earned money to church. Well, yeah, Chris Mora, we see you this morning. Peter Wanjala is here. My Take is also here. Georgia Demo, Zach OK, Washi Okechi says good morning. Samantha says good morning as well. Collins Owino is here. John Kingo is also tuned in. Beverly Odhiambo says that, but do we dislike a lot from Prezzo, but he presses the ignorant button. You reap what you sow. And yes, I agree with you. The audience and place was wrong to make the Ruto must go chanting. Yes, at the end of the day, Beverlyn, it was. Gaming says good morning. John Gishuki, good morning, brother. Good to have you here. Wave at us again, John Gishuki. It's been a minute. Charles Odor says good morning. Restituta says good morning as well. Nelson Amimo is here and he says hard work must pay. Indeed, it must. It must. Tibbs Muge says good morning, team. We need more history on immigration. This is great. I know. I really love that bit of history that CT has shared with us this morning. It's great to hear that. Okay, guys. Danili and Omondi, good morning to you. We know that many more people are coming into the room. Can't say all your names, but we recognize that you're here. And let's get this thing moving this morning, shall we? All right. CT, are we still in the cool belt with our Proverbs?
Yes. We're still in the Sahel. Huh? It is interesting. The history. We are now in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. Okay? Not just a republic, Islamic Republic of Mauritania. One of the things that is disturbing and interesting, though, about this area, this region, is what it is that has been said are the reasons why they've had coups and counter coups and coups and counter coups. And they list them. They say, there was this problem with just their economic problems. They say apart from the economic problems, they are a disproportionate share of the country's wealth. The poor keep getting poorer, and the rich keep getting richer. And so forth, and so forth. The Mauritania was once it was a province in the Roman Empire. And it was the province of Mauritania. It was actually that's what it was called. But they say that the word Mauri comes from, the root word is from the Moors. Okay? Now it's interesting that if you look at the population proportion of this particular country, there are communities that are called white Moors. There are those who are called black Moors. Okay? Yes. But this particular country has a lot of history to it. In fact, there are cities where you can actually see architecture from the 12th and 13th century.
That's interesting. The white Moors are actually Caucasian Moors.
They are lighter than the black.
Lighter than the blacks. Okay, let's put it like that. I've understood.
They're light in complexion.
Minji.
Yes. So, and in fact, the black Moors are the majority in terms of, you talk about the proportionment of ethnicity. Anyway, but like most West African countries in this region, not West Africa, this particular country, because the Sahel, has a problem. Over 80% of the country is desert. Over. So, there's those who say it's around 90. So, it makes it very, very, very difficult for people to make a living. Not because of that. Remember, it's also rich in minerals, including oil reserves.
Yeah.
The story of the wealth of this continent, when you juxtapose with the poverty, is something that is heartbreaking.
True.
Why don't you look at the Proverbs?
Let's do it.
We've got the Proverb city,
Sorry?
the capital.
No, I'm going to tell you.
No,
I know. I have deliberately ignored that capital because I can't pronounce it.
Oh, come on, CT. Do us a favor this morning.
Nope.
Does it start with an N?
Yes, and then there's an O, and then
there's a double
U.
T in there somewhere.
Yes, at the end.
Yeah.
It's like, if I were to read it phonetically, it's Naukchot. That's how, but I am certain that's not how it's pronounced, because this country was once a French colony. So now you who understands Francais, can you parlez-vous us a little bit?
You're actually correct, CT. The pronunciation that you gave is actually correct.
Which was?
Say it again.
Naukchot.
But so it's now OU in French is pronounced OU.
No.
Exactly.
It's Nookshot.
Exactly. See?
So the nuclear shot.
Well, actually, when I saw it first, I was like, there's a word in Luo. I'll not say it, but let's move.
The proverb.
Okay, this one. A donkey which goes to grow a horn returns with the ears cut off.
Very true.
If you in pidgin, donkey go grow horn. Horn become ears.
Your cousin would be proud. I'm telling you.
Oh.
But can you remember what you said?
No.
Yes. Oh, my goodness. In fact, you know what? I think we should just look at the traffic and then we can come back and look at the headlines. Wallahi, I swear. Come back where you no get here. Avi?
Hey.
See, well done.
Wow.
Donkey when go look for horn, go come back where you no gets ear.
Donkey go. Horn.
You go come back
You
here.
go come back here chopped. Okay.
My Lord, it's 6:30, guys. Good morning.
Is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
All right, we're looking at partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi. 16 degrees. We'll see highs of 27 in a mostly sunny Monday. 13 degrees and cloudy in Nakuru with highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 26 in a mostly cloudy. Nyeri at 16. It's 12 degrees and cloudy in Eldoret, highs of 25, and we're looking into a sunny Mombasa Monday at 27, currently going to highs of 34. 33 will be the high in a mostly sunny Malindi at 27. It's 19 and cloudy into Kisumu with highs of 29, while Kakamega at 17, cloudy with highs of 27. Kampala is cloudy at 18, highs of 27, and into Dar es Salaam at 26, mostly sunny through the day. It's clear at 17 into Johannesburg with highs of 26, while Mogadishu is partly sunny at 28, we'll see highs of 32, and it's 13 and sunny in Addis Ababa. Mostly clear at 27 in Lagos, going to highs of 33, and it's clear at 23 in Kinshasa, going to highs of 33.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
All right, started to build on the Thika Superhighway right about now, and it's coming in heavy past the Alsops Junction out towards Survey and then the Pangani Underpass. A little bit of traffic on Kiambu Road today. We'll see that a little bit busy. And then as you come in from the Eastern Bypass, passing Embakasi and then out towards the Cabanas Interchange, some traffic here as well. So that's busy. Also starting to build up on Gong Road, but nothing too crazy at this point. There is some traffic that's coming in on Kiambu Road, like you said, through the Northern Bypass, and that's the busiest that we'll see it for now. Let's see what happens as we get into Monday proper, and we'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Today of that which we do have at 27 minutes to 7 o'clock on the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Don't trust Raila. It's on The Standard. NIS warning. After a court ruled that Azimio was the major party, rather the majority party in parliament, ODM began pushing for the leader of the majority seat. But a warning from the National Intelligence Service stated that granting this position could empower the opposition party to pursue the president's impeachment. As a result, President William Ruto strategically backed down and opted to offer other key committee positions instead. What? Yeah, imagine. This forms part of our conversation that we'll be having with him and Manyora at 7. But it's interesting for us to look into the story in terms of, so what? There was NIS involvement. There was going to be a push for the majority party in parliament. So who's not to be trusted and who should be given the advice on who to trust or not? IEBC chair interviews kick off today, and there's a picture there of a former registrar of the Judiciary, Anna Madi, and it'll be interesting to see if she is selected amongst others. Yeah. Pope returns to Vatican from hospital. He's been in hospital all this time and he's been unwell. There were many cases of certain ailments that he had, pneumonia being one of them, but he's gone back to the Vatican now and they're watching his health. All right. Other stories that we will see in the paper. Yes, we know we have this conversation at 8. Tuju accuses Supreme Court judges of misconduct. Kenya's pioneering female captain charts new waters. Elizabeth Wakesho's 15-year journey of resilience and determination has earned her the highest marine certification. Her achievement paves the way for future generations of female maritime leaders in a male-dominated industry. Police reservist killed in attack by Al-Shabaab. We did see that terrorist attack over the weekend. And a couple of other stories that are making the headlines today. How ODM senators have reaped fruits of Ruto-Raila handshake. And 2 Kiambu leaders linked to prime land grab. It doesn't get better than this. It just keeps getting better and better. The president, by the way, has said he's not going to stop donating to churches. Yeah. So you can sit here and pontificate and say you should not. He said, thanks, but we're going to continue doing that.
Well, he's repeating himself. He had said that before.
Yeah. So he went to church again yesterday and then said it again. He said, God has given me a chance to be a builder. And I have built many things. We will continue building many things. So,
which church did he go to?
He was at the He was at the AIC Jericho Church yesterday. So, where of course, he did like that. So we'll look at some more stories, but City, will you tell us digitally what's happening on the Star?
Yes, that is precisely what I am going to do in exactly 1 minute. I look at other headlines as I look at this.
Okay, so let me look at this story. Can I look at this story now in detail since we're back?
By all means.
So this Don't Trust Raila story seems to be a message that came from the NIS. Yeah. And that message was given to, according to the story, that message was then given to His Excellency the President. And that is why now we see the positions that are being given, that rather than give him that place where he's holding the majority in parliament, how about we bring him into government and make him one of us?
As ordered by the courts.
As ordered by the courts. Page 4 is where this story is. How spy agency midwifed the Ruto-Raila power deal. So here you are thinking that they're bros. and amigos. Maybe not. A warning by the National Intelligence Service that NIS that giving the opposition the National Assembly's majority leader position would expose him to impeachment led to a strategic retreat by President William Ruto. The intelligence briefing, which followed Raila Odinga's unsuccessful bid for the African Union Commission chairmanship, came at a time when ODM was pushing for a significant position in both Parliament and the executive. Now, the pressure prompted Ruto to reach a deal with the opposition party, offering key parliamentary and cabinet positions to secure the stability of his presidency. According to what Raila said, some people are making noise, claiming that I've abandoned them and joined Ruto, but I did not go to Ruto. Ruto came to me, Raila said in a response to criticism that he had used last year's Gen Z-led protests as leverage for a stake in Ruto's government. Raila's engagement with Ruto began after demonstrators stormed Parliament on the 25th of June 2024. In a post on X, Musa Mohammed Omar, a communication expert at Djibouti's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, argued that the vote reflected African leaders' rejection of Kenya's domestic politics influencing the AU. So that was all that around the AU. Now, a High Court ruling came in, but just before that, speaking to the Standard in confidence, a close ally of President Ruto, who is an MP from Rift Valley, explained that the NIS had informed the president that the majority leader position was too powerful to be left in opposition hands. Get that so far?
Yeah.
The NIS warned, according to the MP, that the majority leader could undermine the government's agenda in Parliament, including the budget, and create an opportunity for impeachment. So according to this, the NIS had told the president that if you allow, because of the court ruling, if you allow the leader of the majority to go to the opposition, you open yourself up for possible impeachment, because they could come around and say that they're going to do that, or you also allow them to control Parliament, including how we're going to spend money and what we're going to spend it on. And if I were you, I wouldn't allow that to happen. The sentiment was echoed by a State House aide who elaborated that the NIS had advised the president to use Raila's current goodwill to secure control of Parliament. The aide explained the intelligence team told the president that leaving Parliament to the opposition would lead to a crisis. He was advised to trade anything for the majority leader's seat and ensure that Wetangula remained speaker. Just before the AU vote, the High Court ruled that Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance was the rightful majority party, overturning Speaker Wetangula's 2022 ruling that had favoured Kenya Kwanza. The court declared Wetangula's decision unconstitutional, reinstating 14 Azimio members and nullifying his earlier ruling. So, Herman Manyora is quoted in this story, who will be with us at 7, and he said, there is a public belief that Raila may not be strong enough to challenge Ruto's re-election, but things change. One thing I know, Raila will, in the end, side with the masses.
The Star. Mount Kenya MP unhappy after picture of him at top office went viral. I wonder who that is. Ruto defends church donations as NCCK issue new guidelines. Right. Nyakera, government is wasteful while Kenyans are overtaxed. Really? Okay. Peter Ndegwa's dream to make M-Pesa Africa's economic driver. Lide Kuhumba, a trailblazer in a male-dominated railway sector. Ruto Raila Grace Harambee Stars versus Gabon match. Bang in the middle of the paper. Now this one you'll find interesting because this is one demon that simply refuses to go away. Tale of ghost workers minting billions as more Kenyans suffer. A shocking public commission report reveals at least 17,000 ghost workers are still on the national government payroll.
Oh, good grief. Stop it. That last story.
Yeah.
Are you able to open it, or we're just going to look at the headline for now?
I can open it.
Let's read that story, for goodness sake. 17,000 ghost workers.
Yeah.
Sorry, boo-boo. But if it's happening because somebody's allowing it and somebody's benefiting from it.
What I keep marveling at is why it is that this is still a story. I mean, for heaven's sake, are we saying that we've actually been unable to do anything about?
That's what you're saying.
Huh?
Unwilling, not unable. Been unwilling to do anything about it.
In a country where millions struggle to find employment, amidst sluggish economy, the government is grappling with an ironic and costly paradox. It is paying thousands of workers who do not exist.
It's not grappling. Sorry.
There's nothing of that.
There's nothing like grappling. At we are struggling. We don't know where they are.
There's
Akuna.
There is nothing of that sort.
Yeah.
Grappling.
Nothing. There's no grappling.
That one. They can try another one, but that one is not working.
That one is not working. Sorry.
That one is not working. Let's look at the Business Daily. Why is the Business Daily not coming? Right. It should be interesting, the Business Daily. What my phone is telling me, it's verifying if I'm human.
Oh, right. Okay.
Capture.
This phone is so joking.
So it's yet to verify.
I'm the one who bought it.
Yeah.
When I was buying it, did you ask me if I was human?
Am I being bought by a human or am I being bought by another phone?
So as you're verifying your humanness.
Please continue.
Or humanity. Then that's another story.
Let's look at the People Daily.
Okay.
People Daily, listen to Kenyans. Uhuru warns Ruto. And schools defy ministry on school fees. We could look at this school fees story, and it is on page 4 of the same, and says several schools charged parents extra school fees without seeking authorization from the Ministry of Education, according to a new report. Now, the Auditor General's more than 30 schools for the year ending June 2023 reveals parents paid as much as 30,000 shillings per child to support various development projects. Among the schools cited are Mangu High School, St. Mary's Yala, and Maseno in Kisumu, Uthiru Girls, Moi Girls Nairobi, Wayam Secondary School in Mandera, Maryhill, and many other schools. Now, the rules, according to the government, the rules stipulate that parents will only pay for school uniforms, boarding-related cost as reflected in the boarding fee structure, and lunch for day scholars. What this fails to tell us is that schools are choosing to go this route because capitation is always delayed and schools must run.
Where? Okay.
Interesting stories here, by the way. In the Business Daily. Tycoon rice firm spared 1.3 billion pay to rival Butali Sugar. Okay. Court blocks KRA 208 million claim against real estate firm. Okay. Bank CEO step up push for loan rate formula review. Okay. Everything is okay. Yeah, right. Let me tell you, bang in the middle of the paper, this story is interesting. Why it is interesting is because it pits the president in a very, it puts the president in a situation where he's pitted against a very interesting scenario. Ruto entangled in battle for real-time payment platform.
This one for Nini, Citizen, e-Citizen. Okay, sorry. Just ignore me. Continue.
No, let me just read the lines so that you can understand. State House has been dragged into a fierce fight between local banks and a Nigerian firm for the development of a new real-time payment system. Nigeria Interbank Settlement System PLC. Okay, this is supposed to be a joint venture between two local companies. So State House has been dragged in. Yeah. The reason why I've stopped there is these stories, whenever you read even the story in its entirety, it is a tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, it's just, not even started to scratch the surface.
You are nothing. But by the time it's gotten to a place where it's being published, first of all, it's been managed and you're not being told anything close to the truth. You're just being given some fluff to keep you entertained.
Just to tell you, and then if you were to run into that kind of information later and able to see what actually lay beneath the surface, you would be gobsmacked.
Yes, you would be.
Yeah.
Or even what the reporter chose not to put on
Absolutely.
the paper. Yes.
And that at the time of even writing the story, it's very possible that all the information was available, but they were just going to tell you a little bit, window dressing. Now, there's an IEBC, well, there is an IEBC, okay? The chair and commissioners are being sought after. The interviews kick off today amid integrity concerns. That's what the headline looks like. 11 shortlisted candidates will face IEBC election panel over the next 3 days. This unfolds under a cloud of legal battles with petitions filed challenging key contenders eligibility. Now, what's that all about? The interviews for the next Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission chairperson kicks off today in Nairobi, with 11 shortlisted candidates facing scrutiny amid legal challenges and integrity issues. In a notice issued Friday, IEBC selection panel chairperson Nelson Makanda announced that the oral interviews would be conducted over 3 days at the Edge Convention Center College of Insurance. Did you know such a place existed?
No, I did not.
You didn't hear? Among those set to appear before the panel today are former judge of the East African Court of Justice, Charles Nyachai, former chief registrar of the Judiciary, Anne Amadi, chief magistrates Abdul Kadir Lorot Ramadan, and Edward Katama Ngewa, who has been identified as a person living with disability. Sawa. Tuesday, Kenya Power and Lighting Company Board Chairperson Joy Brenda Masinde, former Deputy Registrar of the Judiciary Kai Kissinger, former Nairobi County Assembly Clerk Jacob Ngwele, and Erastus Ethekon, a former Turkana Court County Attorney, will take their turn. The final set of candidates, advocates Lillian Manengene, Robert Asembo, and Saul Wasilwa, will face the panel Wednesday, marking the conclusion of the interviews. Now, it's noted here, Nyachai, currently serving as chairperson of the Council of the Kenya School of Government, has a long legal career. The 67-year-old previously chaired the Commission for the Implementation of the Constitution from 2010 to 2015 and unsuccessfully contested the Kisii Senate seat in 2017 before returning to private practice, and he was appointed East African Court of Justice, was appointed to the court based in Arusha in 2018. It goes on to talk about his, qualifications, and his candidacy has been challenged by the Kenya Youth Organization, and they filed a petition questioning his integrity and transparency. It argues that he did not meet the ethical and moral requirements outlined. Well, there must be something in terms of what reason they're giving. They're just going on to say here that it did not meet the expectations outlined in Chapter 6 of the 2010 Constitution. Okay, it's probably going to be asked to back that with a lot more in terms of evidence. Amadi, who served as Chief Registrar of the Judiciary from 2014 to 2024, is credited with overseeing the swearing in of former President Uhuru Kenyatta in 2017 and William Ruto in 2022. Her professional journey started as a Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of Nairobi, and of course goes on to say whatever else she did. And it seems like they're just petitions flying all over the place. Her tenure was marred by allegations linking her to a 102 million shilling fake gold scam in 2023, and asking about, she of course denied her involvement, insisting there was no evidence connecting her to fraudulent transactions. So somebody has filed a petition that she does not meet the mark. They've also filed another petition against the gentleman Masinde, for involvement in what? Arguing that they currently hold public offices which they have not relinquished. So, I mean, there's all sorts of stuff flying around. Scandal here, scam there, not meeting the tenets of Chapter 6, and then you have to resign from your job. So one asked the question, I'm applying for another job. I have not gotten it yet. Should I relinquish the position in which I am in? Or can't I just make sure that all my eggs are not in one basket? So these are some of the questions that are coming in. It'll be interesting to see what the next 3 days has in store. And this one particularly, they're saying, no, all of these people are in a particular job. They're now public scrutiny. They should resign and relinquish those positions if they're serious about applying for this, which to me, doesn't make sense. Because I don't know if I'm going to get the job. See, I can continue doing what I'm doing.
You know, the thing about vying for a job in the public domain or a public job is that people are going to look into your life. They are going to look into your life with a tooth comb.
Yep.
And they will pick up things, the ones they choose. Some they'll make some up along the way. But my friend, if there are people who do not want you in that job, they will ensure that any mark. By the way, the moment something appears on social media, most people don't even bother determine the veracity of it.
So long as it's on social media, it's true.
It's true.
We go with it. Yeah. Sadly.
I mean, all the questions that are being asked here. Let's look at what the selection panel will do, because I'm pretty sure these are some of the
questions.
First
of all, who is the selection panel?
So
we
is
have
that
the
remember that
Makanda.
group that was selected?
I remember
that
the group
had,
very well.
As you continue, let me tell you the selection IEBC selection panel.
Yeah, Makanda, the chairperson.
Makanda is the chairperson. Yeah.
But then again, the questions and the issues being raised. I mean, any Kenyan who has any issue against them could just write to the selection panel, and all the issues would be raised there. So let's wait and see how they will respond to the queries against them.
I'm taking this discussion even further. When the selection panel was empaneled, as they say, were they given similar treatment?
Oh, in terms of the scrutiny?
Yes.
Interestingly, no, they were not.
We'll look into that and determine, because this isn't a question of bailing the cat. This is a question of he who has.
Because I remember the selection panel was pretty much more of a political process.
People gave their suggestions of who should be. Others were fought, others were not. At the end of the day, they were selected, and then they were sworn in by Chief Justice Martha Koome. But the people in the panel are Kiome Linda Gaki, Olo Adams, James Evans Misati, Nicodemus Kipchirchir Bore, Koki Muli Grignon, Caroline Kituku, Tanui Andrew Kipkoech, Nelson Makanda, and Fatuma Saman.
Yes.
Those are the ones. But political parties had their say in terms of who will select. Yeah. So this scrutiny that you're talking about didn't take place.
So essentially, even with this election, we are in for a political process, aren't we?
It is a political process.
It is for sure. Everybody has their say. Another story. So that reaping of handshake, again, is a conversation that we will have at 7 o'clock with Herman Manyora, and just looking at a number of also things that have happened. TB testing treatment disruption sparks fears of rising HIV deaths, an important one for us to look at. There has been a spike. As the world observes World TB Day today, interestingly enough, there is little to celebrate as Kenya grapples with significant changes in TB testing and sample transportation following the recent stop work order from US President Donald Trump. Trump's decision has sparked fears of increased HIV/AIDS related deaths among people living with HIV. In Kenya, TB remains the leading cause of sickness and death among individuals living with HIV. However, with disruptions to services and the integration of HIV care into general health services, TB is going undiagnosed. Nelson Otwoma, Executive Director of the National Empowerment Network of People Living with HIV/AIDS in Kenya, NEFAC, stated that TB testing has been severely impacted. With the disruption, we expect cases of advanced HIV disease to rise dramatically. The U.S. government, through the Agency for International Development, USAID, and the President's Emergency Relief for AIDS, for AIDS Relief, PEPFAR, have been instrumental in providing and supporting TB care for HIV patients. The efforts have included case identification at both facility and community levels, as well as strengthening diagnostic and laboratory networks to ensure timely testing. All of this is going to be affected. It's going to be impacted. Whichever way you slice it, that's what's going to happen. So the testing and the screening has been a major way in which the support has come, and treatment, of course, this is going to be. And so the fears in the community are that deaths will come about because TB being one of the OIs of HIV/AIDS, opportunistic infections, and so people are worried.
And when you talk about that, let's just look at the numbers there, because according to the report, 139,000 people in the country developed TB in 2023. So that is not even the 2024 stats. And the 17,000 children who get infected with TB in Kenya get infected with TB in Kenya every year. So now 133,000 people living with TB in the country. So we're talking about quite significant numbers. But even as this happens, and the United States government pulling out support for such, question is, what is the country doing about it? What are we doing to ensure that those of us who will not get assistance from USAID get to have the same support medication that they were enjoying? I mean, that is the conversation that we should be having, because it has happened. Trump has pulled out the support and from USAID. So are we going to lament every day?
And this is not a story of a beg, as we say. You come and say, "Oh, you've pulled your support. I beg, please think about bringing it back." It's not one of those situations.
It is a question of let's sit down and find a solution to this.
The Ministry of Health, I believe, is actually doing precisely that. They are cracking their heads and trying to figure out that with the resources we have, what can they do to balance it so that, one, people don't just start dropping and dying in droves, okay? Because the moment you are off ARVs, it means the virus that the ARVs have been protecting you against will have full reign. And what is more, they will have acclimatized to the ARVs. So it means you'll be resistant to some degree to ARVs.
Yes.
What that means, therefore, is that chances of ARV taking its toll on you in the fullest extent is very, very high. Okay, but the thing about this funding that must be understood is when you speak of opportunistic diseases or illnesses, there is no disease known to man that would not be opportunistic.
Yes.
The ones we speak about are the ones which are prominent, the ones which recur more often, the ones which are more prevalent. But that aside, remember, this funding also just supported our health functions.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay? So now, that particular crutch is gone. Okay? What makes the story even more interesting, there are supplies in country. But for us to access those supplies, we must get an okay from?
Clearance from.
Yes, from the people who donated it.
Yeah.
So, how long the supplies would last, if released, I don't know. But I know they are there.
Yeah.
So this story, if we were talk of a wake-up call, they don't get better. Yes.
Yeah.
This is the wake-up call to beat all wake-up calls.
I think it's not just a wake-up call for Kenya. I mean, it's about time that Africa just sat down and found solutions to our internal problems. I mean, African Union, it's about time you get rid of that tag of being a toothless dog and just start acting, man.
Maybe it's about time they stop being a dog altogether.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So the tag of being toothless wouldn't even apply.
Even apply.
And just be at the table.
Yeah.
Just be at the table, not under the table waiting for the crumbs, because that's what the dogs do.
Yeah.
Under the table waiting for the crumbs to fall. Be at the table.
Yeah.
And the only way you can be at the table is to make sure that your governance is in check, to make sure that your development agenda is actually being followed, to make sure that you're actually using the resources for what they're supposed to be used for. You not be in the problems that you are in.
Yeah.
Truth be told.
Yeah.
I mean, some of this stuff is not rocket science.
It is not.
If you're actually just applying funds where you said you would, if you're taking care of your hungry, taking care of your sick, taking care of your uneducated, some of these problems that we see today we will not be having. You would be able to handle the disease burden in the country. You would be able to handle education issues. If any kind of aid came, it would come for development.
Yes.
And not the basics of taking care of your sick.
Exactly.
And these are the things that we are talking about.
And exactly at that point where you say aid should come in terms of development, if you look at what US aid is doing in Africa and what US aid is doing, say, in Europe, totally different things. Because here it is supporting our education, our healthcare. If you go to other countries, US aid is actually helping matters to do with press freedom, supporting media houses and
Justice.
whatnot. So we just need to sit and look at our priorities and just do our bit. Do right by the people. Use the funds and use it the right way. Yeah.
Absolutely. We'll be looking into government and what exactly it means over the next coming weeks and into months and into years. Herman Wanyora will be in the hot seat at 7. Good morning. It is 7.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission selection panel is set to begin interviews for the position of Commission Chairperson and 6 other commissioners. The 33-day process, which will be conducted publicly, commences today and aims to fully constitute the electoral body. Dr. Nelson Makanda and his selection team will oversee the March-anticipated reconstitution process at the College of Insurance in Nairobi. The interviews will be conducted in phases, with the first segment featuring 11 candidates seeking to succeed the late chairperson Wafula Chebukati. This interviews are scheduled to take place between today and Wednesday this week. The first batch of candidates will be interviewed today include former Constitutional Implementation Committee Chairperson, that is Charles Nyachai, former Chief Registrar of the Judiciary Anna Mahdi, Abdul Kadir Lorot, and Edward Katama. Tomorrow, the panel will interview Erastus Ethekon, Francis Kakai, former Nairobi County Assembly Clerk Jacob Ngwele, and Joy Masinde Mudivo, the current chairperson of the Kenya Power Board. The final day of interviews for the chairperson position will see Lillian Wanjiku, Robert Akumu, and Saul Simiu appear before the selection panel. Following the chairperson interviews, an additional 105 candidates vying for the 6 commissioner positions will be interviewed from March 26th to April 24th. The death toll from the Kalaza outbreak in Wajir County has risen to 20, with 2 more deaths reported. The number of those admitted at the Wajir Referral Hospital from the disease continues to rise. Wajir Governor Ahmed Abdullahi says the cost of treating the patients has become overwhelming to the county.
Even the test kits actually are very specialized. You have to get them all the way from Netherlands, right? And then there's the curative aspect, which is actually spraying with some form of pesticide the area where these flies hide. So the CHP is actually even instrumental in carrying out the spraying. You know, we have to give them knapsack sprayers.
Kalaza, which started spreading in December last year, has left hundreds infected and tens hospitalized in various health facilities in the county. Leaders from the Southern African Development Community and the East African Community will hold a virtual joint summit today to address the escalating security crisis in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The meeting will be co-chaired by EAC Chairperson President William Ruto and SADC Chairperson President Emerson Mnangagwa of Zimbabwe. SADC's double troika member states will be represented, including Zimbabwe, the current chair, Angola, former chair, and Madagascar, incoming chair. Countries leading the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security affairs, that is Tanzania, Malawi, and Zambia, will also participate alongside South Africa and the DRC itself. This represents the second joint summit between the regional bodies as they seek urgent solutions to stabilize the volatile eastern DRC, where armed conflict has persisted for years. And finally, the National Council of Churches of Kenya has banned all political activities in member churches, including speeches by politicians and announcements of their contributions in church. This is barely a week after the Anglican Church of Kenya, in a bold statement, barred the opposition brigade from addressing its congregants at the St. Stephen's Cathedral in Nairobi and directing the same in its churches countrywide. NCCK has dealt the politicians yet another blow, publishing 8 new guidelines to govern and stop politics at the pulpit. This event comes as President William Ruto has insisted that he'll continue to build churches despite strong opposition.
Building is part of me. Nimejenga madarasa tangu niwe mjumbe. Saa hizi tunajenga manyumba, nia yangu ni 1,500, manyumba 1,500. Hata kule State House mimi najenga. Na sehemu zingine nyingi mimi najenga. Na katika hiyo harakati ya kujenga, pia kanisa la Mungu tutajenga. Because I am sure that is the will of God.
That's the News Wire. I'm Lea Obaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Ile kamati yenu ya ujenzi mimi nitakuwa memba. Kuanzia sindio? Kwa sababu naona kuna kazi bado inatakana ifanyike hapa. Na siombi ruhusa ya mtu. Mimi ni mwana AIC. Sindio? Na mimi nimefundisha vizuri taratibu ya AIC. So nitafuata, and we are going to work with you to complete this church. So Shetani na watu wake wanaweza kukasirika wakitaka, lakini tutajenga kanisa.
All right, it's past 7 o'clock. Let's take a look at what's happening, has changed on the roads this morning, getting into Monday and into the last week of March. Serious traffic on the Thika Superhighway today. It's coming in from the Githurai into all the way then actually well beyond that at the Ruiru interchange and then out through towards from the bypass. So there's traffic all the way bumper to bumper past the Allsops Junction and then out towards Survey and then onto the Pangani underpass. That is very busy. There's also traffic coming in on Kiambu Road, the northern bypass, with all sorts of busyness going east and west. As you come in from Kangunda Road and make that loop, it is also very busy. And the eastern bypass then coming in through towards North Airport Road is also doing the business. Katani Road, from all we see, is also very busy. And there is traffic coming off of Langata Road. Ngong Road. Did I get it right? Ngong Road. It's coming into the city with some traffic today, bumper to bumper in some parts coming in from Naivasha Road, and also traffic on Wayaki Way is starting to build this morning, and it's going to touch on Chiromo here and there just a little bit. So we're going to keep an eye on all of this and keep things moving this Monday. Talk to us and help us out. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8 minutes after 7 o'clock, and good morning and welcome to conversations that we'll be having this morning that make us a little bit sharper in terms of what we should be talking about. And we do that every day on The Situation Room. Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation. And as we get into a conversation, our guest is seated for this hour. But before we do that, I've got to remind you that World Oral Health Day. You think about that, what? Yes, about your teeth and all sorts of information around that. Now, we want you to imagine a situation where you bite or drink your favorite foods or drink, and you don't have to do that with any kind of teeth sensitivity. When you sip your hot coffee, CT, when you bite into that ice cream, Aceto. I know you like ice cream. Don't ask me how I know, but I know. And so when you do that, imagine that you don't have to do that with any kind of tooth sensitivity. But you don't have to imagine anymore, because Sensodyne says you can actually have ultimate relief from tooth sensitivity. And we know this because it's the #1 brand recommended by dentists. And the World Health Oral Day coming up, we're reminding you that a happy mouth is a happy mind. So you had an opportunity to go out into your favorite stores and get 50% off on Sensodyne products. But even after that, you keep remembering that Sensodyne is for tooth sensitivity relief and everyday oral health. Sawa. Thanks. All right. We're getting into a conversation this hour. We've seen a number of things happen over the last few days. That there have been shifts in government, there have been replacements, there have been additions, there have been people on the international scene. When we look at Kenya's foreign appointments, when we look at internal appointments, there have been all sorts of things happening. And then today on the headlines, we look at Don't Trust Raila and a conversation around what really happened to broker this deal that we see these appointments coming in later. So there's a whole conversation around this and what it could actually mean for the country moving forward. To help us out with that conversation, our guest is already in the hot seat in the person of one Mr. Herman Manyora. Good morning.
Morning, Shudu.
How are you?
Wonderfully wonderful.
Wonderfully wonderful.
Yes.
It's fantastic when we can use two adjectives following one another, and the adjective becomes a verb.
Correct.
But it is great.
Wonderful.
And you have a splendid shirt, man.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm telling you. And Edna saw it first and, told us that there's something coming. And truly, she was correct. She was correct. Good to have you in the room.
Thank you.
And you've been in the hot seat before, of course. Yes. And it's great that you can be here because, look, some of these conversations that we have today, even hotter. But as we do that, CT has been taking us around the coup belt. He'll tell you what he means by that. And we have a new basket of Proverbs this week. So, of course, you'll interpret. This one is very nice. He's even done it in 2 languages. Oh. But let me not spoil the fun and allow him to do that.
We are in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania.
Mauritania.
Yes. Islamic Republic, that says everything. I don't need to tell you more. Very rich history. Very, very rich history. And as I was regaling my colleagues here with information, I told them that There are several communities in this country, but two that stand out. There are the community that they call white Moors, and there is a community they call black Moors. The black Moors are the Harad-Tin community. That's a community, that's what they're called. Then there's the Bidan, those are the white Moors. Now, to understand this history, you need to understand that what we know as Mauritania was once a province of the Great Roman Empire. Now, if you understand that and you know how it is that the Romans went about their business, you will also understand that this was a country that already was fairly advanced in terms of development.
Mm-hmm.
And you can still witness to date buildings that emanate from the 11th and 12th century. But also it was part of the caravan trade that this region was known for, the caravan trade that went through this region and went into Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the civilization that the Moors contributed to Europe, that understands to date. But that's a story for another day.
Mm-hmm.
The proverb: a donkey which goes to grow a horn returns with the ears cut off. Hey. Yes, indeed.
A donkey that goes
to grow a horn
or horns
returns with the ears cut off.
It will not be a donkey anymore.
Bas.
An earless donkey.
An earless donkey.
It won't be a donkey anymore.
No, it won't be. It'll be something else.
It'll be something else.
Yes, it'll be, should we say, a much reduced donkey.
Yes. I get you. Give us the interpretation.
No. Sorry. It's you.
It's me. Maybe it just means that certain things are simply not possible. And I don't understand. I can say that.
You've actually put it well. And
Absolutely.
also, yes, there are things that people pursue that in reality are actually not possible.
Yes.
And you may say you have achieved what you sought, but in reality you haven't. What you've done is you've lost even what you had to begin with.
Yes.
In pursuing something, you can claim you have gained, but in actual fact you have lost.
Instead of sticking to your lane and doing the things that you should.
Yes.
Like pursue well and then lose everything, including your family and your
Oh, yes.
Your soul.
Yes.
Very true.
Yes, easily.
Correct.
Well, that's a good place to start off, is it not? And we're looking at many things happening at the moment, Herman.
Yes.
On Friday, we woke up to, of course, we heard the rumblings before that, but we saw the establishment of at least 7 new state departments within ministries. We saw that there was the shuffling about of permanent secretaries from one place to another. Some permanent secretaries then made economic advisors to the president. Some permanent secretaries moved to ambassadorships, whether that be at the deputy level. Previous cabinet secretaries then also being made permanent representatives. We saw many things happening. And then what we did hear thereafter was that there was a congratulations to the person of Raila Odinga, because what he did was that through the appointments, which clearly he had influence over, he showed the face of Kenya, and that there were appointments made to a lot of his generals into government. The thing that we are looking at now is that really the broad-based government that we had been told about is coming into play. But what does this all mean? And how will it really affect Kenya going forward? That forms some of the conversations that we'd have. I'd like to get your opening views about all of that.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here again once more. This is the center of conversation. With CT here, things can get better.
Thank you very much.
You say so many things happened, which is true. But in the end, nothing happened. Yeah.
How so?
Because it is just the same thing. Many things appear to be happening, but nothing's happening. We say we want a lean government. We expand it more by creating more state departments. So nothing new is happening. We say we are going to reduce the number of advisors. We are adding more. We say we want to bring in the face of Kenya. It is hardly the face of Kenya, because it's the same criminals, the same suspect, the same people. So Many things happening, but nothing happening at the same time. That is the contradiction we face in this country. We are unable to move forward. Because moving forward at the level of government means really reorganization of government. It does not matter whether you are giving Raila's buddies jobs, but let us see forward movement. By way of what kind of people are you bringing on board? Are you just recycling the same fellows? Are you going to the same catchment area? You know, the problem in this country, CT, is that when you give somebody the power to select, even in life-threatening situations, even in politically serious situations, they never look beyond certain families, certain catchment areas. Their eyes are fixed in a certain direction. And that's the only place they'll get. They cannot think. Even when for example, let's take a serious thing, even like BBI. Did you see an effort to look for really talent? Because that was a life-changing thing. That was something to turn around this country. But the people went just look for the same suspects. So even if you give somebody like C.T. Muga the president today, and he knows this country is collapsing, you need to resuscitate it, he will still look in the same direction and see the same people. So nothing will have changed. So agree with you. So much is happening, yet nothing's happening.
But the question that always lingers in my mind is to what end? You know, we are talking about people who form what we call an elite political class, and who, you argue, seem to understand something about politics, otherwise they wouldn't be where they are. But then you wonder, some of the things they do, to what end? Because if the understanding is to further your political career, but you look at the action, you wonder, how is this going to further your political career? It may do so in the short run, it may. And then what happens?
You see, to understand that city, you have to go even to independence. The preoccupation of the state is the preservation of the presidency from Kenyatta's time. So that efforts, all resources are geared towards ensuring the president remains the president. You see, that then trickles down to other levels, so that the politicians we have, the ones you are talking about, and the people you call your leaders, their number one and perhaps only preoccupation is how to maintain power at whatever level, whether you are the president, a minister, an MP. Everything a member of parliament does is to preserve, to remain the member of parliament that term and get re-elected the next term. So then what you are seeing as openings, what should be able to move the constituents forward, what should be able to move the country forward, the county forward, is not on the table. What is on the table is squarely, how do I remain a governor and how do I get re-elected in the next election?
Which begs the question, Harman, we saw what happened to the country last year, June 25th, and it was an opportunity where Kenyans said what they wanted. The president got rid of his entire cabinet. Then again, he recycled them pretty much. And as we sit here today, we see that the president has accommodated some of the members from the opposition, those that did not believe in his entire goal and agenda, which begs the question, how would they deliver that which they never believed in to start with? Then today we look at ODM as well, getting seats here, and we ask, which way Kenya, which way the president? Is he getting it right?
Dennis, are you aligning political pronouncements with anything close to or even resembles the truth? Political pronouncements are just that.
Yes.
Political pronouncements. For instance,
but one would argue that
yes,
even the political pronouncements as well would have some weight and semblance of truth that should go into serving the people right.
All right. That is to presume that the people who you are expecting that semblance of truth from are truthful people.
And that they actually care about the people.
So our agreement here is they do not care about the people?
No, they do not. Actually, this isn't something you don't answer in euphemism. They don't.
I mean, very clearly, Herman, because this is what, and I think this has been a perennial question, and we've been talking about this pact, that it would appear as though the pact came together for the people of Kenya, for the two sides to come together. It meant that what they were really fighting for was Kenya. And I'm saying, give me a break. That as a result of that coming together over the last 3 weeks, what have we seen that has changed significantly? If anything, things may have gotten monumentally worse. So can you actually see a Kenya that is being looked through looked at or looked over for these appointments that have been made?
You see, he says if you have a clear agenda about development and then you are bringing in people from the side that had a completely opposite view of what you had, how then are you going to move development?
Yes.
But then it's not about development. It has never been about development. And that then brings in what you are saying. What will bring the two people together? These people never fight. They give a semblance of fighting. For the elite to maintain power, they must continuously lead us into believing that they are fighting. That tomorrow can be a better day if one side took over. It's a big lie. Like the lie we went through for Muga, you and I went through, that our parents were meant to believe if they took us to school, we will join the other side. We have never joined. We are exiting before we join. It was a mirage. So the same with these politicians. They make us believe that one side, the Kibaki side, is fighting the Raila side, and the Raila side is better. If the Raila side won, Kenya will be a better place. There's nothing like that. They are the same people. When the time comes to protect, when they see they are about to lose it, like with the Gen Z, they quickly close rank. They come together to protect that which is theirs, which is their interest. They can never allow one of their own to suffer. Look at how some of us thought, maybe I was not one of those, I didn't believe in that. When my friend Gachagua says, the state capture and the first thing we shall do is to go after these people. And then Ruto says, in 30 days, we shall have a commission on state capture. I was laughing. It can't happen. Because if you are to implement that, it means you go for one of your own. They belong in the same club. They are the same people. They do the same businesses. They have the same interests. They cover each other. They look after each other's back. They can never, ever do anything to injure. So when a few Doba sheep are stolen from Huru's farm, I just laugh. It can't go beyond that. It's just a joke. None of them can go for Huru's property. They cannot. And even if Ruto leaves today, nobody will go for his property.
I think of the biblical story when soldiers were being asked to come and look for 100 men, and then they said, look for the ones who run with their hand on the belt, then eliminate them. Look for the ones who steep or kneel to drink water, and look for the ones who stand to drink water. It was eliminating them one by one, or tens by tens. Yes. And so here we are also asking the question, then, if you're eliminating those who seem to have personal interest, eliminating those who seem to just be standing on the brinks of, political expediency, who is for Kenya? Who is standing? Who is left standing?
You know what we're discussing here?
You want to be like, she wants to be like the late, God rest his soul, this Meru man who was minister for Muraria. It was agreed that there was such a serious rot in the procurement department in this country, the procurement sector, and especially the treasury, that something drastic had to be done. And everybody thought we should either disband the procurement department or have a complete overhaul. You know what Muriara said? Where will you get people? Where will you get other people? That kind of thinking, you see. There are people. And any country that transforms itself, that moves from one step to another step, that country will always have done drastic things. There must be a serious paradigm shift for a country to change. And that's why it's never done within the context of the normal elections. You have elections. you'll be very lucky if through an election you can get a transformative leader. Like,
yes.
Some of these countries, maybe I think Senegal, they have tried,
They've tried. The example.
El Salvador.
They've tried.
Sometimes it happens. But usually you'll find this kind of people come through means that are unorthodox. Look at Cote d'Ivoire, for example. A person like that can transform that country. Like the guy before him who was assassinated, Sankara. It has to be really transformative. And there are people who say they are not people. People are there.
The Chinese model of leadership has been criticized resoundingly by the West, and yet it works.
Yeah.
It does.
Because the transformation process of the Chinese society has not been carried out by one leader. It has been a succession of leaders, and yet they've had the same goal. Because if they didn't, or if they didn't share in that vision, they wouldn't be where they are. But look at that system again, and look at how it is they grow their leaders. There's nobody who has ended up being chairman of the party who was not a youth participant.
Who's risen.
They all rise through the ranks.
Yes.
So they all know how this system works. And that vision, what they do is put a little cherry on top of that particular vision. They add theirs, they look at the times. And because it is actually a collective decision-making process, because that's what it actually is. I remember it was last month I was reading China Daily, but I read China Daily every day. Okay? When they had the meeting, it happens once a year, but a meeting of all the officials of the Chinese Communist Party, all of them. Now, to be a member or a leader in the Chinese Communist Party, it has nothing to do with where you went to school. You could be a cobbler, you could be a mason, you could be a border guy, you are a member. And when you go to that meeting, your voice is as important as the next.
Yes.
Now, what they come to do is to express and state, given where they come from, what it is that their people need and want. Now, if this person is the one who is the leader who has been chosen as in elected by the people, it doesn't matter what job you do. But it tells you that is somebody who can actually have what you call a voice of the people, because he is one of the people as you say. He's a simple Bonanchi. But you see, where our system fails is people aspire, yes, to be like the leaders, but the leaders set such horrible examples that when you find somebody aspiring, you wonder, now, if this person aspires, where exactly will we get to?
Yeah.
And if this person actually gets there, where on earth will we get to? You see, if you find yourself in a situation like the one we find ourselves in Kenya, where the aspiration of people to join government is not to serve, but to enrich themselves, what more do you need to be told? It is the same money that we collect that is supposed to achieve all the processes and progress that we need. It is the same money that they want to pilfer. So what will remain for development? Even if they wanted to bring about development, what will remain?
Whether they have eaten all.
Yes. It's the same money.
You see, but even in China, you say they had to make a break with some past.
It was a rather brutal break.
Yeah. It comes back to what I'm saying. There must be a break with the past. There must be a new beginning. A radical new beginning. You know, the story of the chairman Mao Zedong.
Yes.
You know, it was a major radical break with the past. To set a new path for China, for beginning with a person who had a vision for the country. He looked at the population and wondered, if we were to use the Western model,
this is not going to work for us.
Can we really manage a country of so many hundreds of millions of people?
No.
And the answer was no. And therefore, that vision is what is leading China today. We lack a vision in this country. And that's why I say it must be a leader with a vision to change the country as we know it. For us, because we cannot go back to those days where people are doing things like military coups, and because we can't go there. Those are already outdated and their time has passed. It must be in the manner of what happened, I think, in Senegal, and I'm giving an example of El Salvador, where people break with the so-called big political parties. A major break with established politicians, with established political formations. And the Kenyans know that through these people will never birth a new Kenya. They see things in the same way.
And they're unlikely to
then they will not change anything. If you ask any of them in this studio, what can you do that can transform this country? None of them has the answer. They see Kenya with Kibra and Kawangwara and that to them is normal.
Yes.
So you need a person who can come and say, within 10 years of my being president of this country, the worst place in Nairobi will be a place like Buruburu. That will be the lowest a human being can stay in. You know, there will be building, houses, a program to ensure Kenyans live like human beings.
Right.
You think these people can see like that?
No. That's a good question, and a question for us to take a break on. Herman Manyora, political analyst, is our guest this hour, and we're looking at an all-inclusive government, as it were. But the question is, for who? It's 28 minutes to 8 o'clock. The conversation continues after this short break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to... The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 17 degrees, and it's 15 and cloudy into Nakuru, 16 and sunny in Nyeri, with mostly cloudy conditions at 14 in Eldoret. Mombasa sunny at 28 with sunny conditions at 28 in Malindi, 20 and sunny into Kisumu, while at 17 it's cloudy in Kakamega. Kampala is cloudy at 18, going to highs of 27, while Dar es Salaam at 26 is sunny and will go to highs of 32. Sunny at 17 into Johannesburg with highs of 26, while Mogadishu at 29 is sunny, and at 15 Addis is sunny, going to highs of 23. Lagos is clear at 26, with Kinshasa clear at 23. It is busy this morning while you're coming off a Thika superhighway, and we see quite some traffic on Kiambu Road as well. So that area, we're going to deal with quite some bumper-to-bumper traffic coming in from there. And also then, as we look onto Limuru Road coming in through towards Muthaiga and into the city, that is also starting to get to cray status. As you're coming out of Westlands, Waiaki Way, busy as well, and also looking at traffic coming in from Naivasha Road heading towards Ngong Road, and that looks like it's going to be busy for a while. Langata Road is also starting to build up with traffic coming in from Magadi Road, and joining all of that going towards Uhuru Gardens. It is traffic hour, and that's where we are this Monday morning, trying to keep things out of whack. Talk to us and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
26 minutes to 8 o'clock, and Herman Manyora is in the hot seat this morning. And we're looking at some issues around what is an all-inclusive government. But the question is, for whom is it an all-inclusive government? And just looking at, lots of people have a lot of things to say, and I think they're really important about where Kenyans' minds are. And just picking into one of those, it's actually the most recent one. Salma is saying, and I just want to pass that question on to you, is that the problem here is that a lot of the leaders who come into these positions are out of touch with reality. Is that the case here?
Of course, many of them are clueless. Many of them, like C.T. Muga said, really see that as an opportunity to add more shillings to the money they already have. And even if there's one or two whose intention is, for example, you are given a ministry, and I sympathize with some of them, like my friend Mutai Kagwe. They are performers and they are workers. They really want to work. The question is, have you been given that job to do it? The person who gives you the job, does he give you the intention that you do the job? So you'll find you are out of place. At the university, we got into a point, if you are a good lecturer, students will hate you. If you want to attend all your classes, if you want them to read, if you want to be strict with your marking, they will hate you.
Why?
During our days, those are the people we loved. So the same with the government. If you went in government and tried to work, everybody around you is stealing, but you want to be the one working. Nobody will like you. Actually, they will frustrate you, from your juniors to your peers and your colleagues, and and then the people who appoint you into positions. Do they, in the first place, want you to work? The answer is obviously no. So they want you to be either a conduit or at best do the things they want in terms of employing their cronies, their people, so that you land as a PS, like those who are appointed recently. They will soon be bombarded, the new ones, with lists of people to hire. So your work is to look for where to fix those people, because there's no space. Kenya has already almost overemployed. Every ministry is overstaffed. But you have a list of 300. That's your first assignment, to fix them somewhere. You get it? Then you realize you also need to bring your 200. Then you attend meetings and see everybody wants money. So you also join them. And they know how to entrap you. I've seen colleagues of mine, friends of mine who become principal secretaries and these big things they become. You can see how the transformation, how you change first into a robot. You stop thinking. So yes, there can be people who have the capacity to think, but the ecosystem within which they operate makes it very difficult for even a diligent, intelligent person to deliver. Because then you are out of place. They say, if you are normal in a place where people are abnormal, you are the one who is abnormal.
No.
You get it?
Haman, you've talked about the fact that the system as is not meant to work for the Mwananchi, yes. And that the leadership that we have lacks vision. You stated that we need to break from the current way of doing things. We need to sit and look at the way forward and that which will work for us. So you've given examples like what happened in China. They broke out. How will Kenyans, or what must Kenyans do moving forward for them to get a government that works for them? Because as is, the individuals we have just think about themselves and how rich they will get.
You see, there are two ways, and I've said that the first way is outdated. The countries that changed, even Russia, from a country that went to war barefoot, soldiers, with a harsh Russian winter. Within a couple of years, less than about 5-6 years, it was already a superpower. You get it? Fidel transformed the slave colony of Cuba into a modern state. Those are people who came through revolutionary means. And I'm saying that may not be available to us today because we are living in the 21st century. If somebody from the barracks woke up today and say, serikali imependuliwa like we had in 1982, police wakae kama raia, he will sound so crazy. I'm telling you, people will be shocked. What is this guy talking about? It can't work. So you can't go in that direction. So how can people aware that we need change and yet we can't get it the way other people go? That was open to other people in those years. Today it must be a conscious effort first to realize that the current leadership we have, leadership I don't mean Ruto, I just mean that crop of people will not deliver this country. Once we realize that, then we come to the next stage. What do we do? And we already have some answer. The Gen Z almost provided the answer. They showed people can move forward without relying on these so-called leaders. You get it? They were faceless, leaderless, tribeless, and otherless. Not less Wanyika, but otherless. I know when she hears less, he remembers less Wanyika. They were otherless, tribeless, leaderless, faceless, and so those less. That was a clear indication that it is possible for a movement to take over without relying, I want to use the word over relying slightly better, without over relying on established political figures. So that if we wanted to deliver this country in 2027, if we made it a movement, a revolutionary movement, to sweep the current leadership off and install a new leadership. And by the way, it doesn't mean the young men and women, the Gen Zs and the millennials must go to State House. They can own the process and they use some of these established people, like Alonzo Musyokas and the rest, to midwife the process. But they do it in such a way, they are the ones in control. You see, that is possible. If the Gen Zs were organized, they have the numbers to take over power. So that if they install you as C.T. Muga, Fred Matiang'i, whatever you are, Kalonzo Musyoka, you are there only in a transitional manner. Some kind of regent if you wish. But Kenya will move to the next level of young leadership. Because this country can only be saved by young leadership.
Those who are in leadership today at some point were young potential leaders. That's the truth.
That's the truth. Yeah.
If you want to look at the president that you have today, YK92.
Yes. Young Turks.
Exactly. Yeah. We look at somebody who had huge potential and then rose up in the ranks, was, shepherded, and then midwifed essentially to this position where he is today by the late former president Arap Moi.
Yeah.
That happened in the glare of everybody. But then the question is, what have leaders done with the opportunities that they have been given? You've risen to the highest possible position in the country in terms of leadership. What have you done with it? And what's to ensure that anybody who's coming up in the ranks later will do differently? I keep saying, Herman, that you don't have any business as a government doing anything if your people are sick, if your people are hungry, if your children are uneducated. That ought to be your business. When that is done, you can now start to do other things. But we seem to be involved in the business of doing these other things when Kenyans are suffering. I mean, we shouldn't be talking about a failed health system, not today.
You see, the national preoccupation in this country, other than the one of preservation of self in terms of if you are president, if you are governor, and whatever, other than that, the national preoccupation in this country is chasing money. And money for the sake of money. There is no room for anything else. Even those things you are saying about health, about education, they don't feature anywhere. I keep asking Kenyans, City Muga, when you put on your nice suit, tie and everything, you go to the office, Jogo House, where Treasury, all those government offices. If you had to be honest to yourself at the end of the day, what have you done? If you had to be honest to yourself, if you don't answer Manyora or anybody, if you are a principal secretary, just answer yourself if you are listening to me. At the end of the year, take stock. Have I ever done anything in the interest of this ministry, in the interest of the people? The answer will be no. Everything you have done has been deals. You go to the office and you begin deals from morning until you leave. You go for lunch, which is a deal lunch. You use government facilities just to do deals. There is nothing they do. Because if they ever did anything to move this country forward, a country with such a great potential, we would be very far. Very far. If anybody who is employed at that high level were ever to do something small towards the interest of the country and deliver what the ministry or the department is meant to, this country will be very far. Extremely far.
But does that not point to something very disturbing? Because they aren't the only ones who view their role in life in that light. The citizenry also seem to share that perspective, because every time I hear people talking about we need to elect the right people, and every once in a while somebody who's elected is promising, and then once elected you actually have to wonder what happened.
It's the ecosystem that is rotten. The political culture, the national culture is so polluted. If you are the right person, you are out of place. I've said it. So you elect a woman into parliament or a young man and you think they will think about the people they represent. They go there and join the rest.
They drink the Kool-Aid.
They become hyenas, all of them. Because you see, it is so contagious.
Then we have to change. Then we have to change the conversation.
Yes.
Do we, as a citizenry, understand our rights, and do we understand the powers that our Constitution has given us?
You see, what is required, and I want to repeat this, is the realization that we cannot deliver a new Kenya,
the current system,
using the current leadership, the current crop of people we have, and Kenyans must have a departure, a complete break, and this is quite possible. It's a simple realization that these people will not deliver this country. So what do? We look for individuals who are not quite like these other people. But we own the process. But it can't be everybody. You see, it can't be everybody.
Herman, I want you to harp on this one.
Yes.
Own the process, what do you mean?
For example, let's use the Gen Z, for example. I'm sorry to overuse them.
No.
They came up with a sort of revolution. They were a revolution. Whether you like it, you can call it what you want to call it.
Yes.
But a revolution in the sense in which a revolution is a new radical way of doing things, which is always a major departure. Okay? I know some people will argue revolutions must be bloody, and
No,
it's
they
not
don't.
always. Yeah. There are examples. Somebody challenged me, I was giving a talk. Somebody challenged me, no, Manyora, this. I told him, I know what you are talking about. Malcolm X said, there ain't no revolution without bloodshed. We know all that. And he quoted Mau Mau and everything. But there are many revolutions that are not bloody. So that was quite a revolution. The people behind that revolution can do exactly what you're asking, how it can be done. They can come up with a way that makes it possible for this country to move forward.
See, we're talking about a revolution that would take place, but let's look at that revolution, the way it happened, and how the current crop of leadership took advantage of that to give themselves mileage. Seems as though there is a lot more work that needs to come from the people themselves in order to sustain the movement and the persistence for that revolution and the change that they want, you reckon?
How do we exactly perceive leadership as a citizenry? Do we think, beyond talking, that we have a mandate to hold leaders to account?
We have all the power within our hands.
We do. But do we believe we should? Because every time I hear people saying we need a different kind of leadership, it's like we want someone else to do this. So what part do you play? Every time this conversation comes up, we are told, yeah, but you seem to be blaming. I said, no. It isn't blame. If we've seen people who we consider to be good, reasonable, forward-looking, being corrupted by the system, what is it that we are doing wrong? Because we think electing them would help. We have elected them. And then we see, do we believe as Kenyans, as Africans, that we must hold our leaders to account? We're not insulting them, holding them to account.
I hear you, and I hear what CT is saying. And so the question would be, if the Kenyan citizenry believed that they should, that we would see a different output. And I'm just going to again bring this with one comment that we see from one of our listeners, say that if we went the Swiss way, which CT you give an example of all the time, whereby it is upon you directly as an individual, then you form another nucleus and then you form a community to be involved with what happens with your government. So that when the Swiss want to build a road, guess what? Everybody has said yes or no.
If they say no, that road is not being built.
It's not being built. You're not spending that money to do anything. So whether you sit in a position of leadership, what you're doing is that you are definitely representing the people. And that was systemized from the beginning of the way they started to do things. So is there an overhaul that's needed in the system? So that when you get into the system, whatever Kool-Aid you drink, you're still working along with the system. But the people keep governance accountable because it is you today, it could be me tomorrow. And we realize that that position has to keep switching, has to keep swapping. Are Kenyans actually ready to do that?
Yes. I think it's already happening. And we are in this studio as an example. A lot of that is happening. There's a lot of push. There's a lot of awareness. But CT Muga, you see, there is the role of leadership in creating national consciousness. That's why if you look at many revolutions and change moments, the oppressor always goes for people who work on consciousness. So that in South Africa, the Boers they are less worried about Mandela than Steve Biko, because then Steve Biko is about consciousness. Dedan Kimathi is about consciousness, and not Kenyatta. So, people like Bob Marley, it is the role of certain leaders to create consciousness among the people. And once people have that consciousness, then they move to the next level of changing things. And that's why I keep going back to the Gen Zs. They made Kenyans aware that certain things are possible. Things we had not thought possible. They made that possible. It became something you can achieve. You can change things in a certain way. So once that consciousness has been created among the people, and it can be created not necessarily by an individual, but by happenings, like what happened last year in June, that can create consciousness. People can see, we all the people are able to see that we have allowed people to sit on us for years on end. But our children have said no. So that saying no is quite a statement.
You know what, Herman? And
You know?
this is a thing, and I want to just jump in here because I think today is the day when just looking at what Kenyans have to say, that everybody keeps saying, why do we keep going back to the Gen Z why is this everything that you say have to come from that Gen Z protest? Yes. And I'm of the opinion that marked a turning point for how Kenya does its business in terms of governance, in terms of politics, in terms of interaction, the accountability that you speak of. Maybe that's what was needed. And I think it will forever be in history books in terms of what happened on the 25th of June moving forward. And I want us to disabuse ourselves from the notion that it was it has become a thing of jest when we say, well, after all, look at the Gen Z. For me, it's actually a turning point. And if you look at history, in many nations, you will always have that one thing that clicked. And for me, I think
because the underlying problems will always be there.
Absolutely, but that one thing clicked, and then you say, okay, hang on. It's possible to envision
it's that opening the eyes. This is possible. So two things. So those who think the Gen Z thing wasn't anything, Americans will tell them you ain't seen no nothing. That's number one. If you underrate that, then I just want to inform you, you are not informed properly. The second thing is, if, as I think, this thing has not died, which is the second thing, because people think it has died. If it has not died and it is reactivated, then people will see what I'm talking about. They will manage 2027 like they are just on Instagram. It will be like being on Instagram, like enjoying on TikTok. These guys have the potential to do things we will all be watching and just with our mouth open. How is this possible? They have the potential to deliver the 2027 election in the direction they want. All of us will be bystanders. First, they have the numbers. Okay? Two, they have organizational capacity that, as we saw, that is unimaginable. Okay? You saw how they organized in the digital space. We can't match them. Numbers, organizational capacity, consciousness. You see? They're not willing to accept the status quo, that they want a new Kenya. And they are determined about it. If you put all these things together, and the fact that you cannot steal an election from them, tell me how they are not a force. This is the biggest force that, and in my understanding of history and literature, CTU, you belong to that space.
I do.
Change is always brought about by young people. They have the energy. There is some level of carelessness. CT Muga and I can't, which you have. You know, before I do something I care about.
You think?
This is where unaenda tu, where unaweka kifua mbele unaenda. It is that part of youth that brings change in many societies. Without youth on your side, there is no revolution that can succeed.
Do you think
there's no change you can put on the table if you travel without the young in society?
You know,
you
do you think that people are conscious? Because right now we are at, I think there's a high level of consciousness right now in terms of governance in Kenya. Whether that is going to birth a different kind of leadership remains for us to see. We don't know.
Actually, it has already.
Sure. But do you think that when people are making the decision, and I'm talking about now on that day when you're lining up in kilometers, are people thinking, I am voting in Dennis because of 1, 2, 3 in terms of what is going to happen in the future? Do people make that decision in that manner?
You see, that's a very difficult question. It will be naive of me to say that people think critically and say, okay, Ruto and Raila have gone on one side and they want to mess this country. They want to abort change, okay? Let us vote Kalonzo.
No.
Let's vote Fred Matiang'i. No, I don't think that's the case. You just have to go back to 2002. You were there, City, I was there. Maybe these two are not there. But you must know what it was. So that people who are going to vote Rainbow, it's not so much a question of conscious thinking about Kibaki.
Yes.
No.
In fact, if it wasn't,
they were not even thinking of
if it wasn't the movement, if it wasn't the euphoria, if it wasn't what was in the air, Kibaki would never have been voted in as president. So there's something that is created. People would call it a wave. It is that wave that is making you vote in the way you are voting. It's not necessarily consciously thinking, no, these past politicians have missed us, therefore let's vote in this person who is backed by Gen Z. No, it is a wave that has been created.
It becomes
rational. Part of the national consciousness. Yeah. So if you are conscious as you are voting, it's not at an individual level. It's a national consciousness that is driven by a wave, a movement that then propels people to vote in a certain direction.
Do you know why I say the change is with us? If there's one thing that Gen Zs have learned, is not to rear their heads too early. They saw the repercussions of what happened on the 25th. You think they do not know? They know. You think they're not aware? They're aware. And Herman is right. I don't think for a single second they've stopped planning and plotting. No. They've understood they need to be quiet, they need to be silent, and what they're doing and thinking must not be in the public domain. That one they have learned. So when it comes to determining the sort of leadership they have in mind, I am certain that in the many, many, many meeting places they have online, this is something they discuss and they hash out every other day. So they know. So talk about the change that has taken place, or it's with us. Talking about the leadership, the moment you have a thought process that has changed, the leadership has changed. It hasn't just manifested, but has changed.
Allow me to say this because I know time is up.
It is.
We are not talking about doom.
No, this is not doom.
We are not even saying President Ruto will be swept out of power or somebody will be swept into power. Only we are saying there are two sides. The side that wants to remove Ruto must know the potential of Gen Z, and without which they will not remove Ruto. That's number one for them. And for Ruto, he must be aware that he cannot resist the change. That will be a dream. If he were to embrace the change by listening to what it is the Gen Zs were saying last year, he can as well survive. But to play games so that they say reshuffle, remove government, they resign, then you return the same people. Those are games. Those ones will not take you far.
It's like somebody's having a heart attack.
Just manage the change. Know that this country has gotten to a place where people must see really change.
Yes.
No illusion. So if for Ruto that's what it is, just know that the country has gotten to a place where games can't work anymore.
So let me ask you quickly, because we have seconds. Sorry, Dennis. Quickly. So are you saying essentially that if the president were to wake up today and say, hang on a minute, guys, this is where the change is going and I want to be an agent of that change and I'm going to switch things around, people will say, then by all means, change the constitution, stay there for the next 50
and
years.
he must manage it well. And people can see games. They can see if you are buying time. They can see through it. If you are genuine, they can see it. If you want to change, you call a national conversation. A national convention where Kenyans have a national conversation about the things they want, those which can be done now, those which can be done only in election 2027, those that can come later. People can see genuine concern. If you want to create hope for the future, people can see it. And the president still has time, except that time is running out. If we were to manage the change, like you say, to be the one midwifing the change, not standing in the way of change. Because I can tell the president for free, you cannot stand in the way of this change. It is too strong.
There you go.
But you can manage it and do your second term.
Herman Manyora,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Always being here is a pleasure for us, but also just gaining insights into some of the things that we should be thinking. Powerful way to start the thing, I think, for sure, and some thought for us to take away as we continue with conversations. Herman Manyora, political analyst, has been here with us this morning, starting off the conversations in the hot seat. Asante Sana.
Thank you.
Good morning, 8 a.m.
And with your permission.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga, and we start off our bulletin on a sad note as one of our own, journalist Nick Mudimba, has died after collapsing at his home in Syokimau, Machakos County last evening. Further reports indicate that Mudimba, who also had a stint at KTN and Switch TV, was undergoing treatment after he developed health complications including high uric acid levels. According to his family, the famed journalist took his prescribed medication only for him to collapse and begin convulsing. Mudimba later died at home and his body was taken to a morgue in Syokimau. He was passionate about sports, with his last tweets rallying Kenyans to fill up Nyayo Stadium ahead of the Gambia fixture.
Morocco is still grappling with the trail of death and destruction after the deadly earthquake. The North African nation has allowed rescue teams from Spain, Britain, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. Now, rescuers are racing against time to find survivors, treat injuries and provide medical assistance and necessities. Morocco announced the launch of an aid program to support and rehousing the residents of 50,000 buildings that fully or partially collapsed in last week's devastating earthquake.
May Nick Mudimba rest in peace. Former Kisumu Town West MP Ken Nyagundi is dead. Nyagundi died last night while receiving treatment at the Kenyatta National Hospital. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula led members in mourning the late former Kisumu Town West MP. Wetangula sent his sympathies to the family and friends of Nyagundi, praying for comfort for his loved ones. The late Nyagundi was first elected in 2004 following the demise of Joab Omino. Former CIC Chairperson Charles Nyachai, former Chief Registrar of the Judiciary Anna Madi, Abdul Kadir Ramadan and Edward Katama will be the first candidates to be interviewed by the IEBC panel this morning. The 33-day process, which will be conducted publicly, aims to fully constitute the electoral body. Dr. Nelson Makanda and his selection team will oversee the much-anticipated reconstitution process at the College of Insurance in Nairobi. The interviews will be conducted in phases, with the first segment featuring 11 candidates seeking to succeed the late chairperson, Wafula Chebukati. The government is set to begin distributing subsidized fertilizer to farmers across the country today. Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe says over 1 million bags of subsidized fertilizer will be distributed following the disruption of the supply chain. Kagwe says farmers who visited the National Cereals and Produce Board depots a few days ago faced difficulties in obtaining the fertilizer. To expedite the distribution, Kagwe says the government has dispatched train wagons to transport fertilizer from the port of Mombasa. The CS also warned farmers to be wary of counterfeit products, urging them to only buy fertilizer from registered distributors and NCPB outlets. The Communications Authority has revealed that only 4% of Kenyans continue to face communication challenges due to problems with communication towers in their areas. Speaking during an inspection of a communication tower built in Taita Taveta County, Waweru Kimani, one of the CA board members, had this to say.
We have a coverage of about 96% of the Kenyan population. There's only about 4% which remains. The 4%, this is work going forward. Kazi ambayo inaendelea. Si ati tukimaliza hii tunalala, hapana. Tuko na miradi mingi tunaendelea tukiimplement all over the country. Mahali ambayo tunakuta is underserved or unserved, we implement that project countrywide. Hakuna mahali ya kusema hii area tunaiweka kando, tunachukua ile ingine, tuna apply equally na tunaangalia area ambayo imeachwa nyuma sana kwa kuwa na services za communication.
Residents of Rukanga, Kasigao have thanked CA for the progress made, saying that they've been struggling with network issues.
Kitambo kabla mnara kuja huko ama mawasiliano kuwa mradi wa chini zaidi, tulikuwa tunatoka kama kilomita kama 100 hivi ndio upate mawasiliano. Lakini kwa saa hizi naona at least nimeona tumekuwa at least mambo na communication.
Tuko na wenzetu huko Tanzania, hata hivi wakati tunazungumza nao nafikiri watasema mbona tunazungumzana vizuri hivi.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
At a few minutes after 8 o'clock, let's take a look at what's happening with traffic on the roads. It has been really busy coming off of Thika Superhighway. And as you come in then through all the way from that Githurai interchange out towards the Pangani underpass, you will have some bumper-to-bumper traffic as you get out towards the CBD. It's also pretty busy on Kiambu Road. The Northern Bypass giving off a lot, then in some directions going towards Limuru Road and in others going towards Kiambu Road. Kiambu Road, by the way, very busy this morning, apart from the action that's going to take place right around the DCI headquarters later. Also, some traffic coming off on Gong Road, that's busy, as well as traffic that is now coming off Langata Road proper. It's coming in from Karen in one direction and Gong Town in the other. And then also on Uhuru Highway today, just past the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, which before that, by the way, quite some traffic from Capital Centre is also starting to pile up. There's a buzz of activity around the city this morning, and we're going to keep an eye on all of it as we get through traffic hour. Talk to us and keep things moving this morning. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 7 minutes after 8 o'clock, taking you back some 2 hours. But all right, here we are anyway, and getting into more conversations on Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And even as we continue with some of that, we are going to be looking into your teeth, literally. And imagine biting into your favorite foods again without the fear of pain. Stone cold ice cream like Dennis likes, or your hot coffee like CT often does, just the way you like it. But you don't have to imagine that anymore, because why? Because Sensodyne is here to give you the ultimate relief from tooth sensitivity when you don't have to do, or you can actually just get through without a problem. Because you did what? Because you got onto the Sensodyne bug and you were able to now brush your teeth regularly with Sensodyne, and you don't have to worry about that sensitivity. So don't imagine that anymore. Enjoy your favorite foods because you've taken care of that sensitivity. How do we know this? Well, because it is the #1 recommended brand by dentists, and we say that a happy mouth is a happy mind. So if it's all going on well in here, it's definitely going on well in here. And so we don't have to worry about that, because Sensodyne for tooth... Hey.
Start again.
Sensodyne for tooth sensitivity. It's like I'm from where you're from, but it's okay. Sensodyne for tooth sensitivity relief and everyday oral health. Remember that. It would be interesting getting you to say Sensodyne 3 times, CT, really quickly. But okay.
For sooth.
Yeah. That also is sensitive. Sensodyne for everything. And that's what we're looking at this morning. So, yay moment. So we're getting into a second of our conversations this morning. And joining us is the former Secretary General of the Jubilee Party, and has been a member of Parliament, has been said many things of, and the person of one Raphael Tuju. Good morning.
Morning.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
For the first time in the hot seat of the Situation Room.
I think so. I watch, but I've never had such a privilege as this morning.
Well, I'm glad that you have honored the invitation and are here with us in the room this morning. So it's it's great to have you here, and we'll be having an interesting conversation this morning, I reckon. But before we do that, you may, as you know, as you've watched the show, that CT goes to a different African country every week. He's a talented man, this one. And when he comes back from that particular country, he comes with proverbs. Some wisdom, of folly, of other things. So he'll tell us which country he's been to most recently, and he will tell us the proverb for today. We give you work as soon as you come here, which is to interpret that proverb to us and tell us what it means to you. Fair enough?
I'll try.
Okay.
We are in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. A donkey which goes to grow a horn returns without... No, this is me now making up the proverb. Let me read the proverb as it is.
Okay.
A donkey which goes to grow a horn returns with the ears cut off.
I'm trying to figure that out.
It's actually simple.
Yes.
Yes, and there's no right or wrong. It is your interpretation.
Well, I think there are certain risks that if you take, you'll end up worse off than before you took that risk.
See, you've done a beautiful job of interpretation.
Well done.
Exactly. You take a risk and you end up far, far worse off than you were before you began.
Yes.
And then now you're left to wonder, why on earth did I begin all this? Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, how have you been?
Very well.
Okay.
Actually, I just, a few months ago, I did a 50-kilometer walk in 9 hours from Kisumu to my village in Dori. I was doing some fundraising of computers, and Safaricom was good enough to give me one computer per kilometer I walked. They dared me, and I managed.
Well done.
Yes. So
50 computers.
Yes.
Fantastic.
And, to do 50 kilometers in 9 hours is quite something also.
Okay. And is that sorry, Titi?
No, I'm saying it's a long walk.
It's a long walk. Long walk, not long walk to freedom.
It's a very long walk.
But I've done more than that before. I did 57 to Kijabe.
Wow.
Just when I was recovering from my accident.
Oh, actually, yes, you did. You did do Kijabe, if I remember correctly.
Yes,
yeah.
That is longer than 50. So, but I'm glad I'm in good health.
Fantastic. You seem to be on a different tip from that most recently, coming out of, and I wouldn't want to preempt when I say that on the political scene, you seem to have been off the political scene for a while, coming in from your former stint as the Secretary General of Jubilee, not doing that so much anymore. Am I right or wrong?
You're right.
Okay. What would have fueled the decision to step away from politics?
Well, I come from the communication field like you.
Yes.
So when I'm not doing politics, I do some consultancies. I write documents. I'm just working on a technical book at the moment on what is called behavior and social change communication, which is about to be published. It's been sponsored by some foundation. So that has taken a bit of my time. And I sell tea and mandazi somewhere in Karen. So I'm pretty busy.
Yeah. Well, we know some people who would spend up to 4 million shillings on breakfast. So, if you needed some business, we can send them your way. And most recently, there have been conversations, in the limelight, about sanitization, about the judiciary, and you seem to be weighing in on those particular conversations recently.
Well, I wrote a letter to the Chief Justice last week. Sometime in April last year, I did report the misconduct of 5 judges to the JSC. I've completely kept it confidential because it is important that we protect our institutions like the Supreme Court from baseless allegations, and that you should follow due process if you have any genuine complaint. So I did make this complaint last year in April, specifically to the JSC. The JSC took their good time to look at it, and they responded, and they thought that I have a point, several points, so to speak, and they wrote to these specific judges to respond to the accusations that I had made. Instead of those judges responding to the allegations that I made within the context of the Judicial Service Commission, which is the body which is established for making those kind of complaints, they went to the High Court to avoid answering the complaints that I had put against them. I kept quiet. That let this matter then play out in court. I just got a little bit disturbed a few days back when one of the Supreme Court judges instead of leaving these things within the confines of the JSC or within the confines of court, decided to go on a public forum in Meru and start talking about it. So, because they decided to prosecute this in the court of public opinion, I think it is only right that I also reply.
So here we talk about a judiciary that pretty much, we know the JSC is where complaints are taken against judges, and there is a process that is to be followed. And here you talk about contempt of court, that discussing matters before court is actually wrong. But here let's talk about some of the issues in your letter, which is all about matters to do with bias and irresponsible behavior. And when you talk about that, on what matter exactly are you talking about, the bias and irresponsible behavior against these judges that you talk about?
Yeah. Even before I go into that, I think it is important that Kenyans understand why the actions by these 5 judges, even just by going to court to stop the JSC from listening and from having a process of trial within the context of the JSC, is setting a very bad precedent for this country. You see, anytime we have a problem with, say, the legislature or the executive, we have ways of getting rid of them. We can vote them out. The Public Service Commission can discipline civil servants, and there are all kinds of ways of getting a solution. But the Supreme Court have, their tenure of office protected. And yet they have too much power. A judge can decide to sentence you to death. You can imagine if you sentence you to death when they're drunk. They can make monumental mistakes. A judge can decide that they'll jail you so that they can have an affair with your wife, or husband for that matter. And we've seen this. I'm not
Are we speculating here?
No, I'm not speculating.
Raphael, are we talking about situations that may happen?
Just look at the case of Cohen and that judge. Google it now. Inappropriate behavior by judges. This was a judge who was supposed to be looking at a murder case, and started having an affair.
This is alleged, though.
This is alleged.
This is alleged.
Yes. It's alleged.
It's alleged. We can't. This is not anything that has necessarily happened
but
to our absolute knowledge.
It is in the public domain. It is in the public domain. All right. So, I'm saying these kind of things just to show how bad it can get if judges cannot be questioned.
But when I told you that is one judge.
Yes.
One individual. How then do we tar the whole lot with that same brush? And yet it is one judge.
Yes. Now, what I'm talking about is precedent here. They decide that they will not go to the JSC. They file a court case to stop them from going to the JSC, so that the truth that is supposed to be revealed at the JSC may not come out. Now, if they set that precedent, then it simply means that other judges can do the same. If any judge is accused of anything, they will simply go to court, to one of their friendly judges, and they get a ruling exempting them from being subjected to any kind of prosecution at the JSC.
Yet one would ask, even when you take the matter to the JSC to be heard, does the law allow the judiciary, the judges, to go to any other court? It is a judicial process. They can get redress in that. So what exactly are you complaining about?
No, what I'm complaining about is that these Supreme Court judges are refusing to go to the JSC. And then they file this case to their juniors. These are people they can make phone calls to. These are people who administratively they transfer. It's like going to a police station. You got a complaint about the inspector of police. Then he says, let that case be decided by the junior officer, the corporal. I don't think that is envisaged in any law.
Shouldn't you at least allow the process to continue from the lower court, appeal the matter all the way?
Which means
because it is a judicial process.
Yeah, fantastic.
My question is, do the judges of the Supreme Court have the same rights as other Kenyans?
Yes, they have the same rights as other Kenyans, but they are judges of the Supreme Court.
Yes, they are.
Which puts a certain amount of responsibility to them.
Yes, it does.
Which means that if I have a complaint against a judge, I can go nowhere. I can only go to the JSC.
Mm-hmm.
The JSC is the employer. The Constitution envisaged that because they have a protected tenure of office, they have that privilege that there's a special body that can deal with their matters. When now they try to make sure that they cannot, you cannot report them to that institution, which is set up specifically for that, then basically they're undermining a constitutional body, and it simply means that, yes. In fact, it even gets worse from what you're saying. Let me just cut you short.
Please go ahead.
If they go to court,
yes,
and you appeal,
yes,
it will go to the appellate court, all right?
Mm.
And they can appeal again, then it comes to them.
Mm.
So where does that leave us?
Okay. This doesn't come from nowhere, Raphael. This is not just that you sat in your home one day and conjured up this.
I want you to pause just for a second.
Okay.
Because I don't want to lose a thread.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, TT. Finish that.
Have they done anything that you would consider illegal or unconstitutional?
Okay.
Yes, they have, and I'll get to that. But even just to explain to you what is happening this week with that court. Justice Lenaola has gone to court to stop the JSC from hearing the case.
Mm. Does he or does he not have a right to do such a thing?
Yes, he has got a right to do such a thing.
Yes.
Then, in this case, the CJ is also involved. So it's not only Lenaola, the CJ is also an accused. Then he submits to court, he's made an application to this court that this Chief Justice should select the panel which will listen to this case. This is active. I'm not conjuring this up. This is coming to court on Friday. Okay? So that the Chief Justice is going to empanel. He's made the application that the Chief Justice empanel the team of judges who will listen to this case.
Okay.
The Chief Justice will be empaneling his juniors to listen to this case.
Yes.
Now, I don't have the opportunity to empanel to choose my judges.
No, you don't.
But then the case is against them.
Yes. So are we saying that the Chief Justice is incapable of impartiality?
She's not God.
God is partial, by the way, just so that you know.
Yeah, to the ones he loves.
God is fairly partial, yes. So, the reason I'm asking the question is because we're seeking to understand.
Yes.
You see, this is the first time we've come across such a thing in the country. In fact, in the world, I don't know where it is I've come across such a thing.
Difficult to find one.
Yes, but if we talk about rights enshrined in the Constitution, and the rights apply to everybody, and that also applies to them with reference to court processes.
Precisely.
And you have taken a court process. They have responded. If somebody wanted to respond and defend themselves, would it not be the prudent thing to ensure that that thing is not heard? Because if it is heard, then some action has to be taken. Would you not then, if you're in that position, want to take that same position?
Sure. But I must ask, though, even through that I'm still looking for, Raphael, where this is coming from.
Yes.
Because you didn't conjure this
I didn't
on a
conjure
Thursday
that up,
morning where you were bored.
Yes.
What happened
Now,
that would make you...
We're talking about rights.
What happened that would make you...
Yeah. Let's talk about rights, because you're talking about rights.
Yes.
And you have really prosecuted the case of the rights of the judges. Let's talk about my rights now. Because just like the judges have the right, I have a right.
Yes, you do.
And one of the rights I have is a right to be heard.
Yes.
Now, these Supreme Court judges recused themselves from my case. They recused, all of them. The panel of 5 judges recused themselves from my case. Why did they recuse themselves from my case? because I'd reported their infractions and violations of due process to the JSC. So then they said, in that case, we recuse ourselves, we're not going to hear you. Now, because of quorum issues, because the Chief Justice had recused herself from the case right from the beginning, so she was not party to it, neither was Lenaola. By recusing themselves, it means that I will never be heard until the year 2036, when the youngest of them retires, and therefore then I'll be able to have a quorum. I've got a right to be heard. You do. Now, why did they recuse themselves? What precipitated the recusal? There's a pieces of evidence that I'd put before the court against East Africa Development Bank. They refused to accept that evidence on the basis that EADB had submitted that it included board papers that I had stolen from Kampala offices of EADB. Mm-hmm. And to bolster their case, EADB went ahead and reported theft of those board papers to the DCI. So I was called by the DCI and grilled by the DCI. Mm. And as I say this, you must be wondering, how did I get board papers?
Exactly.
From EADB.
Yes.
Mm. And of course, the DCI were very concerned. How did I get board papers of a bank? This is how I got the board papers. They were given to me by the bank during our time of negotiation, because I was supposed to pay 10% for this project. And I told them, look, they told me, go ahead and pay the 10%. I said, no, I can't, because the 10% was a lot of money. It was 90 million shillings. So I said, you must give me an assurance that you are going to disburse the rest of the loan
when I pay the 10%.
When I pay the 10%. They said, no, Raphael, you don't need to worry. This thing has been passed by the board, and here is the board minute. Now, when I brought this to court, then they say I stole them. But the paper trail is there.
Should you have had these documents?
Yes, because they sent it to me as proof that my project had been approved.
Okay. Now, if you look onto that and you want to tag something else onto it, of course, what has been out in the public as well, Raphael, is the issue of how you got this land, which is in contention, which brought you to court in the first place, right? How did
I get the land?
Yes. How did you get the land? Did you use public funds to secure the land?
No. Have you ever found any place where I've been accused of financial impropriety in any of the places where I've worked, including the Tokyo embassy?
Why would the DCI come into this conversation if there was no inkling, thought?
I think you didn't get the story. The story is that EADB reported that I'd stolen documents belonging to EADB. Not that I'd stolen money belonging to EADB. It was the documents which I used as evidence in court. Now, they did not want this evidence to be admitted. Because they didn't want this evidence to be admitted, they created this story that I had actually stolen or arranged to be stolen that evidence. The DCI investigated and found that they were lying. And indeed, as I'm talking to you right now, there are officials of EADB who are facing criminal charges for providing false information to the DCI and to the courts. Indeed, when I gave my story to the DCI, they grilled members of staff of DCI. And as a result of that, we insisted in the commercial court that that official of EADB, the area country manager of EADB, must come to court and say the truth. You know what happened? They recanted everything that was even before the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court found themselves now with a recanted affidavit. And because the affidavit before them was recanted, they could not continue this case. That is why they recused themselves. Not because I reported them to the JSC. And there was a series of other biased rulings that they had made. One including a ruling to the effect that, look, just give your property to the bank in the event that you win this appeal in the end, then the bank is so rich they can always compensate you.
Okay. So this conversation is front and center. We're going to go to a break right now, then come back and continue with it. But this conversation has been brought up, as you are aware, by the former LSK president, Nelson Havi, who's been talking about impropriety in the judiciary and all sorts of things. If we're looking at a linkage between that conversation and what you're speaking of happening now, we'll dive into some more details, as we get into it.
I think it's very important. I think before you even go to the break, I think it's very important that, to tell you the truth, I don't even know the details of Havi case. I don't even know the details of Ahmed Nasir case. I'm not a lawyer, all right? And in any case, my statement, my accusation, the accusations I made against the JSC, against the judges, the Supreme judges at the JSC, did not include Lenaola and did not include the Chief Justice. That's why I'm writing to the Chief Justice, right? And in the letter, I also say that twice the Chief Justice had to intervene when there was violation of due process by these 5 judges.
So you're asking her essentially to look into matters so that they can be sorted out?
Well, they can move on their own motion. Just like they recused themselves, they can say that in the light of new information which they didn't have, they can come to a different ruling. I never said at any time that they should be expelled.
Okay.
My petition to the JSC does not ask for their expulsion. So these are totally different petitions. The only thing which is common about them is it talks about the misconduct of these judges. And in this case, I'm talking about the misconduct of these 5 judges, excluding Lenaola and the Chief Justice.
At 28 minutes to 9 o'clock, we'll come back and continue with this conversation. We're having in the hot seat this morning, Raphael Tuju, and he's talking about misconduct amongst the judiciary. Whether we're looking at whatever levels, it's still the judiciary. And we will come back and continue with that after a break of weather and traffic. Don't go away. Kenya's biggest conversation continues after this.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Sunny conditions at 18 in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 26, and at 17 it is cloudy. In Nakuru with highs of 26, and 26 will be the high in a mostly sunny Nyeri at 19. It's 18 and sunny into Eldoret, while Mombasa is sunny at 30. Malindi is sunny at 31. 22 and cloudy in Kisumu, while Kakamega at 22 is cloudy. Kampala is cloudy at 20, and Dar es Salaam at 27 is sunny. We're looking into a sunny Johannesburg at 18, while it is sunny at 31 in Mogadishu and sunny at 16 in Addis Ababa. 26 and mostly clear in Lagos, with cloudy conditions at 23 in Kinshasa.
Spice FM. Spice up your life.
And there's that traffic coming off Mombasa Road just past the Capital Centre. It's going inbound to the CBD, and it's going to catch up with traffic that's coming off of Langata Road as well. So that's busy. You're going to have to deal with all of that coming onto Raila Odinga Way and then out towards traffic that comes in from Gong Road. So that whole thing happening there. You can get through it, so not too much of an issue. If you're on the Thika Superhighway, you'll see that there is traffic going towards Survey, and this is past Garden City. It's also pretty busy on Kangunda Road, always in and outbound, coming in towards Altering or the other direction towards Njiru. The Eastern Bypass not doing too badly till you get right around that nook of Outer Ring and then going towards the Cabanas interchange. So we're looking at all of that this morning as we are still in traffic hour. We want to keep things moving. Talk to us. SpiceFM KE on X. # The Situation Room.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee,
I mean, you'd be a fool to say, "Stagi kuongea." Conversations have to be had, you know.
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Raphael Tudor is in the hot seat this morning of the Situation Room. He's written an open letter to the Chief Justice and has some things that he needs addressed, or he would hope that they would be addressed.
Yeah. So, Raphael, let's talk about the decision that has been arrived at by the Supreme Court in terms of the decisions they've made with regard to the matter, the board papers from EADB. But as we speak, even the court itself, the Supreme Court, one can always appeal or request for a review of decisions made by the Supreme Court. That is under Supreme Court Act of 2011. And some of the reasons could be because of fraud, error apparent on the face of the record. And now that it is obvious that the EADB lied to court and recanted their evidence, why don't you just apply for the court?
It was the individuals.
Yes,
yeah,
the
which
individuals.
is okay.
So why not apply for the court to just review its decision?
The plot gets a little bit thicker. And this is the whole thing that I'm addressing the Chief Justice, and I hope she's got a solution. I'm waiting for an answer. What they are doing is making the judiciary dysfunctional, in the sense that, for a start, because they didn't want to go to the JSC, they recused themselves. By recusing themselves, there is no avenue possible for me now to go before the same court. I'm aware of that particular provision in law, that I could go for a review. But when all the judges have recused themselves, then I have nowhere to go for a review. And I never asked them to recuse themselves. They recused themselves on their own motion. The recusal was not in one of my pleadings. They recused themselves on their own motion. The only way for them is that on their own motion they can recede on the matter.
Okay.
And indeed, this last week has been very interesting, because a Machakos court ruled that the EADB Act is unconstitutional, because it is the only act in Kenya which allows the Minister for Finance to get money from the Consolidated Fund and spend it on EADB without reference to Parliament, without parliamentary allocation, and no auditing by the Auditor General. It's the only one. Even the President's office, even State House, NSIS, all these people, their money has to pass through Parliament. But this one of EADB does not. Now, those are the issues I raise on the issues of conflict of interest, because this bill was passed under the omnibus provision. And in the omnibus provision, the Attorney General Githu Muigai put it through an omnibus provision. But EADB were his clients that time and are his clients to this day. So it is an obvious criminal conflict of interest. Those are the things that I've raised.
The reason why you've requested...
And the judge, the Constitutional Court, has made the ruling that it is unconstitutional, and Parliament has been ordered to resolve that. So actually, this case was not against even EADB, it was against Parliament. And what is interesting, that somebody from Parliament went to court to oppose that particular petition, because somebody in Parliament did not want Parliament to supervise money coming from the Treasury. Now, I'll make this even more important. The Minister for Finance sits in the Council of the Board, and the PS for Finance sits in the board. The Council of the Council of EADB is headed by the 4 ministers who are members of the East African Community. The board members are the PSS, and individuals, one each for each country, nominated by the CS. The current board members from the private sector have been there for the last 17 years. They don't change.
17
years. Since 2009. They don't change.
There is no statutory limitation.
There's no statutory limitation. Okay? Some of them have taken loan from the same bank, and they have met as a board and written off those loans.
So what's the problem with Rafael Tuju?
Yeah, well, the problem with Rafael Tuju is that I'm not compliant with the kind of blackmail that they tried to impose on me, asking me if they could have shares in my business. After I had taken a loan already, I said, no, that provision was not there. But that's not neither here nor there. It's just an accusation I'm making. I don't want to go that way. What I'm saying is that it is an illegal provision within the law, unconstitutional provision within the law, ruled by a high court, a constitutional court, and even on the face of it, there is no provision in our country today, after 2010 constitution, that money can come from the consolidated fund, go to an entity like a bank, without parliamentary approval. And the court has ordered that within 60 days, the Auditor General has to present the papers as to how much money has gone to them since 2014 and what has this money been used for.
This is a reference you're making to a court ruling
on Thursday
that had nothing to do with your case.
Had nothing to do with my case.
Just a completely separate matter.
Yes.
There's something I find confusing here. Not about this case. I'm going back to the JSC and the CJ. The JSC interviews the CJ for the job, does it not?
Yes, it does.
Then the CJ proceeds to be the chairman of that particular...
Yes, essentially they're interviewing for their boss.
Yes.
Okay, they're interviewing for their boss. So the boss gets the job. Then they can then also censure the CJ. Right. How does that work?
Okay, let me tell you another one. How does it work? The presidential petition can only be heard by
Supreme Court judges.
Supreme Court judges.
Yes.
Okay? Now, which means that if there is something to do with the presidential elections, it only goes to the...
Constitutionally, it can only go to the Supreme Court.
Yes.
So the Supreme Court makes an adjudication, all right, that even a sitting president will have to vacate their seat.
Should they rule in that direction?
Against them.
Right.
But at the time when they're making that ruling, the president is the head of state.
Yes.
And in the pecking order, sits above is a head of state. So he sits above the Supreme Court, so to speak, in terms of pecking order. So something has to give.
So is this now how we see the separation of powers working?
Yes. And that is why when there's a matter at the JSC, even though the Chief Justice is the chair, she vacates and lets the Vice Chair act on that particular matter.
So we're talking about separation of powers being applied even at this level of the JSC.
Precisely.
Now, people recuse themselves from judges recuse themselves from cases, usually on the matter of conflict of interest.
Precisely.
Right.
So this matter of yours, where was the conflict of interest?
Well, the conflict of interest for these 5 judges, there was no conflict of interest. I never raised an issue of conflict of interest.
And usually if there is a call for recusal, it is usually from those who are on the other side of the bench.
Yes.
And not judges themselves, essentially is what we're saying.
Yes.
So what you're saying essentially, to hear a call for recusal from judges themselves, did that raise an alarm?
Of course it raised an alarm. It raised an alarm. And I knew exactly why they recused themselves. Because they had been biased. And now all of a sudden, the affidavit which was before them was no longer sustainable.
Let me ask the question. You talk of a bias. What was this bias specifically?
2 things. Well, there are few, but I'll just give you an example. One was that when this accusation was made that I stole the evidence from EADB, all right?
The alleged or
the alleged theft,
yes,
that I stole from EADB. I was supposed to make a rejoinder so that I can explain, as I've explained to you here, how I got those documents. They ruled immediately that, therefore, this evidence is not admissible because EADB has said so without my rejoinder.
So you were not given your day in court
for the rejoinder
to make your submission as a rejoinder.
As a rejoinder.
I see.
Okay? So they didn't. And in the letter I've said, had they given me, they would not be in this mess and embarrassment. That's an example. Another one they made, which was outrageous. They said, no. We think that the bank is so... In fact, the word they used is a reputable international bank which can compensate you for any damages caused. This was on their own motion. Even the bank itself had not made such an allegation.
Had you asked for compensation?
Yes. Had not. Right? They just decided that, look, we are still going through your case, but can you hand over your property to the bank to be auctioned, whatever they want to do with it? All right? But in the event that your appeal to us succeeds, then it is an internationally reputable bank which can always compensate you.
So it sounds like they were giving you an out, Raphael.
Yeah?
It sounds like they were giving you an out.
What do you mean?
Essentially something that you could do. So we're going to back off this, according to what you're saying. But then here's an opportunity for you to be able to, still make good.
No. This is what they were saying. Let me make it more graphic. We are going to hang you, but in the event that we made a mistake and you are hanged, the bank can bring you back to life.
Why would they do that?
Why would they do that? That is in our books. That is in their judgment. Why would they do that? That's the question.
That's what I'm asking. Why would they make that as an option of exit for you? Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're hanged, you're pretty hanged. But if they were going to bring you back to life, why would they give you that option? Why would they give you that lifeline?
That's what I mean, bias. There's no lifeline. Once you're hanged, you're hanged.
This is it.
Precisely. Yeah. So how could they rule like that? And that is in their judgment. It is there in the books. And is setting a wrong precedent for the lower courts.
So then I have to come back and then ask, what does that portend for you? If there's a recusal in place and then you're saying essentially that then you have no recourse coming back later, because who are you going to ask to sit if the judges have recused themselves? Who would you go to then to say, let's continue looking into this thing, because where does that leave you?
It's left me with a lot of court cases. I've been in court in the UK, where the original mistake was made by that court. And one of the things which was before these Supreme Court judges. In the UK, they have a very interesting system. First of all, the contract had said that if there's a dispute, it can be adjudicated under the English law in any Commonwealth country, which includes Kenya. But then, when we had this dispute with the bank, they took it to a British court. Now, in the British court, it was given to a part-time judge.
A part-time judge?
Yes.
What is a part-time judge?
A part-time judge is that, especially they use them in commercial cases, is a senior counsel, right? Is a senior counsel, like our senior counsel.
Yes.
Yeah, is a senior counsel who works in a private firm of lawyers, and they can adjudicate in commercial cases.
So what this portends is that this particular senior counsel must have some sort of expertise in commercial matters. That is why they.
That's why, yeah. Okay. So is pretty legal. Is a part-time judge, right? And their decisions are binding, right?
I want to do.
No. Let me finish this because this is very important.
Okay, go ahead.
So this senior counsel, whose decision was binding, made a summary judgment. Instead of listening to me, they said, no, this is straightforward. You have got a loan, you have not paid, all right? We make the judgment, you pay up, or you
once again, you are not given your day in court.
I was not given my day in court. It was a summary judgment. But this is the interesting bit. The firm of advocates which was representing EADB in this court is called Evershed and Sutherland. The judge is a partner of Evershed and Sutherland. Now, after our 2010 constitution, that cannot hold. That is one of the things which was before the Supreme Court judges.
So
what you're imputing here is a direct conflict of interest.
Of course, it's a direct conflict of interest by this judge in the UK. Why? Because EADB pays for their rent. I mean, whatever money they get from the EADB pays for their rent. And the chief executive officer of EADB at that time, her daughter happens to be a lawyer. She was also working in the same firm.
Okay. Let's set the stage. Perhaps we should have done this at 8:01, but all right. Let's set the stage a little bit.
Yes.
Here at the center of all of this, Raphael, and stop me where I'm wrong, please, because it's a question and a statement at the same time. That EADB presents a case whereby Raphael Tuju had a loan from them, and for certain reasons, until this point, has not been able to pay his loan. Right? And so there was the option of auctioning this property to get their money back. And in some of these that went to court, it had been a back and forth whereby, yes, money has not been paid to the tune of however much it was. And then we're saying essentially that if you don't pay the loan, property then will be auctioned. That's the heart of this matter.
No.
Okay.
Can I explain to you?
Please do.
Okay. I didn't take a loan from the bank to buy a piece of property. I took a loan from the bank to do a project.
Okay.
The bank, even as a financial institution, and any bank really, will not give you a loan to buy a piece of land unless you can demonstrate
what you're going to do with it.
You're going to do with it, how you're going to pay. So the loan was given against a project document. This project document was evaluated by the bank. In fact, for that evaluation alone, I paid 4.7 million shillings. That time, $50,000. Then they brought in KPMG, who I also had to pay, that time about 2 million shillings, to test the project in terms of viability. And the KPMG also submitted a report that this project is viable. Then it went to their board. Then they approved it. They approved 1.2 billion shillings. 900 million went towards purchase of the land. 300 million was supposed to go towards the development of the project. And I was putting more money from my side, another 100 million, to go towards the project. They paid the vendor the 900 million and refused to disburse the 300 million. So it was a violation of a contract. It's like, we agree with you in simple terms that I've got some potatoes.
Yes.
I'm hiring you a lorry. When I reach Mombasa, I will sell the potatoes so that I can pay you the balance of money which I owe you to take this lorry to Mombasa for you to carry the load for.
Yes.
For me. We reach Mtetandei, all right? Then you say, no, now you have to pay me the whole amount to reach Mombasa. But then the potatoes I'm going to sell, as per the project document,
you have them.
They're in the lorry. I cannot sell them in Mtetandei. That is a violation of contract. Pure and simple.
So you did not get the 300 million?
I did not get the 300 million.
And they're asking you to pay this loan?
Yes, and they're asking me to pay this loan. And the reason why I'm not getting 300 million is because, meanwhile, on the side, they're blackmailing me.
What are they blackmailing you about?
Of course, guys want to be
Give
part
us
of the
card.
project. This kind of nonsense. Okay? Then I said, I'm not biting.
Okay.
So,
is there evidence to support what you've just said?
Yes. The evidence to support what I've said is that in the commercial court, the area manager for East African Development Bank stated exactly what I'm telling you, that was a fact.
In court documentation?
In court documentation and cross-examination. And after that, they refused to renew his contract.
That is in a lower court?
That's in a lower court, in the High Court. And why did I end up in the lower court? The Supreme Court refused to listen to this. They said, no, that matter is too complicated. Go back to the lower court. And now in the lower court, more evidence emerged. And they saw that they had made several mistakes, and that's why they decided to recuse themselves.
For bottom line clarity here, of this 2.1 billion shillings,
1.2.
Sorry, 1.2 billion shillings.
Yes.
900 million shillings was paid to the vendor. Like you said, it's in court documentation, so that is public record. And that 300 million shillings essentially that was supposed to go to you and your organization
was never paid. And then
that money remained with the bank?
Yes, it remained.
That money remained with the bank, and that can be proven.
Yes.
So on going to court, essentially, when somebody now takes you to court and says you've not paid the loan, would this evidence or would this information not come through that Raphael Tuju actually never received the money and that 900 million shillings went to the vendor?
Precisely. So when I was presenting this to the court said, I've stolen this. I mean, the EADB said, yes, they did not deny. They did not say this is not true. They simply said that I've obtained this evidence fraudulently. And the Supreme Court judges agreed with them.
Okay. So essentially, what was... Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So you're talking about...
and it gets worse. It gets worse. You see, when I saw all this happening, then I said, okay, fine. Can we cut loose? I went to Kenya Commercial Bank. Kenya Commercial Bank said, look, Raphael, let's agree. And I've got all this documentation. Let's agree. Your project is viable, is okay. We'll give you 500 million, all right? Then we do what they call a paru passu charge. Continue with your project. As you pay EADB their share, and you give us our share. EADB refused. Okay? It gets worse. I told them, okay, I'm fed up, I want to pay you. I'm a former foreign minister. I've got friends in the UAE, people I served with when I was in foreign ministry. I told them, look, guys, I'm in trouble. Can you help me out? The guys say, okay, fine. What is the problem? No, I need $9 million to refund these guys.
Why would you refund them if you didn't spend the money?
No. I mean, they gave me a loan. They
disbursed it, essentially, yeah.
So I tell them...
and under your name.
So I tell them, okay, fine. So I tell them, guys, can I just pay you whatever you disbursed? And then, we shake hands and we move our different directions. We call it a day. They say, no. If you want to pay us now, there's an interest and there's lawyers, charges and so forth, so you pay us 12 million US dollars. Okay, I said, I go back to my friends in the UAE. They say, no, Raphael, what we can do, we can pay you, we can give you 10 million. Give them 10 million. After all, we've given them a lot of titles because I gave them 2 titles. One title was worth 1.2 billion and the other title was worth about 590 million. Let them release
the titles.
The one title.
Okay.
Keep the others. As the project continues, we'll pay them. You'll pay them the extra 2 million they want. And EADB agree. And they say, okay, fine. Can we do a settlement agreement? They use their own lawyer. Australia, what is his name? Anyway.
Not what
it's all right.
Oyatsi, okay? Who is their lawyer? To write a settlement agreement so that I can pay them what we agreed that, okay, it's unfair, but 12 million, I want to move on. So we agreed to pay that, all right? Australia prepares the documents are signed. They say, no, we're taking it to the board, we'll get back to you. After they get back, they take their months. I mean, you call them, tell them, look, we want to move on. The guys who are ready to give you the money in the UAE are asking, is this deal still on? Because you have reserved the $10 million. If you don't use it now, we put it into another project. All right? So, they get back to me and say, no, the board has said no. So it is now 16 million.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Right?
Okay,
And meanwhile, they've taken me to court in London where I get this ruling because the judge is their judge.
It's their judge. Our time is running out, Raphael. And I mean, for a lot of these things, it's necessary that we have time to really go into some of the details. But here we are dealing with, according to what you're saying, that if there was a proper level of behavior that perhaps you would have been further on, what would be your message that you continue, that some of the things that you said in that letter really quickly?
Yeah, I think what is important is that it is the responsibility, first of all, the Chief Justice and the Supreme Court to protect the Constitution. Whatever they're doing now is setting a very wrong precedent. If there is a case against any of the Supreme Court judges, it should be done within the confines of the JSC. Now they go to court to stop the JSC. The people they are going to are their juniors, right? So how do you expect these juniors to rule? If they rule against the Supreme Court judges, who administratively can transfer them, can discipline them, I mean, you are making the whole judiciary dysfunctional. And a dysfunctional judiciary is the end of the game. I mean, we can change our parliamentarians, we can change the president, but we can't change the judiciary unless we do things the right way through the Judicial Service Commission. From the beginning. So if you're undermining the Judicial Service Commission, which is a constitutional body, and you're undermining it, I mean, if you don't want it, remove it, but you can only do that through a referendum. So they are breaking the law, they are undermining the Constitution. It is unconstitutional for them to undermine the Constitution.
Well, it's one to watch, and let's see what happens. You might get a response to that letter, but we'll be here watching, and we'd like to continue this with you when we can. Raphael Tuju has been our guest this hour in the hot seat. Quite a lot to go through. Indeed, thank you for being here for the first time. It's a good one. Asante Sana. Thank you. Good morning. It's 9:01.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Naivasha Law Court's Chief Magistrate Abdul Kadir Ramadan is currently before the IEBC selection panel. Ramadan says he is suitable for the chairperson position due to his long-lived experience in the judiciary, working across several counties.
In the Judiciary, I served as the Secretary General of the Kenya Judges and Magistrate Association. While serving as Kenya Magistrate and Judges Association Secretary General, I was able to establish a secretariat for the organization, which is upbeat to date, including having an office. I also served as the Secretary to the Rules Committee from 2009 to 2011 or thereabouts, where we now promulgated the rules that we saw, as we call them today, the Civil Procedure Rules and the Court of Appeal Rules. In 2012, the Honorable the Chief Justice appointed me also as a member of the Supreme Court election rules.
Other candidates who will be interviewed today include former CIC Chairperson Charles Nyachai, former Chief Registrar of the Judiciary Anna Madi, and Edward Katama. 11 contestants or candidates are set to be interviewed for the IEBC Chairperson position. Security teams that responded to an Al-Shabaab attack on a camp in Fafi Garissa that left 6 police reservists dead recovered 2 bodies of the attackers. The team also rescued 1 suspect who had serious wounds following a clash with the police reservists at Biamado area. A response team continued pacification of the area following claims some victims from the Kenyan side were missing. There were claims the attackers kidnapped some victims and left for Somalia. Officials are investigating an incident in which an aircraft registered in Kenya crashed at least 24 kilometers southwest of Mogadishu, Somalia, killing 5 people on board. The Somalia Civil Aviation Authority confirmed the incident on Saturday, stating that all the crew members on board tragically perished on the spot. The families of the victims have since been informed of the tragedy, even as the cause of the accident is yet to be determined. The cargo plane was returning from Dobli town in the lower Juba region after delivering supplies to the African Union forces when it crashed. Leaders from the Southern African Development Community and the East African Community will hold a virtual joint summit today to address the escalating security crisis in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The meeting will be co-chaired by EAC Chairperson President William Ruto and SADC Chairperson President Emmerson Mnangagwa of Zimbabwe. SADC's double troika member states will be represented, including Zimbabwe, Angola and Madagascar. Countries leading the SADC organ on politics, defense and security affairs. Tanzania, Malawi and Zambia will also participate alongside South Africa and the DRC itself. This represents the second joint summit between the regional bodies as they seek urgent solutions to stabilize the volatile Eastern DRC, where armed conflict has persisted for years. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Mubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, at a few minutes after 9 o'clock, let's take a look at what it looks like with traffic on the roads right about now. And it's still pretty busy around the city, not regarding where you are. The Eastern Bypass with a little bit of traffic still going out towards the Cabanas interchange, and also then on Outer Ring, there's still just a little bit of that left. If we're looking at what is coming off of Uhuru Highway, there's still some traffic as you approach Nyayo Stadium, and also then on Limuru Road as you're coming into the city. Apart from that, I think we'll be done with traffic hour really quickly this Monday, but we're still going to keep an eye on all of this. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 7 minutes after 9 o'clock into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. This Monday started off with a bang, haven't we not? And getting into another one this morning that requires all of us to be vigilant about what happens around us. And we're getting into that conversation in just a little bit. As we do, when you're taking a bite out of your morning, essentially a bite out of life, a bite out of your favorite foods, imagine that you can do that without any pain or sensitivity from your teeth. CT, when you open that flask and there's hot coffee coming out of it, imagine that you could sip your hot coffee and your teeth would not be sensitive. Can you imagine?
Yes, I can imagine.
You can?
Yes, I can.
And Dennis, when you go to have that ice cream, which you were supposed to bring some for me, and you take a bite out of it and you don't feel that sensitivity, can you imagine what that would be like?
I can imagine, like CTS.
So now for both of you, you don't have to imagine anymore. You know why? Because Sensodyne has come into this game and is changing this game completely. And we're here to give you the ultimate relief from tooth sensitivity so you don't have to imagine anymore. And how do we know this? Because it's the #1 brand recommended by dentists. And we say that a happy mouth is a happy mind. So you can get into absolute tooth sensitivity relief and everyday oral health with Sensodyne. And that, thank you very much, is my message for you this morning. My tongue seems to be doing a doozy on me today.
Well, if it's your method, it is, isn't it?
Method will also work. And we will just go with it like that. Abi?
Yes.
Thanks. So, we're getting into another conversation this morning. It has gripped my heart in ways that very few things have this year. And I just want to tell you the two people that are in the studio with us already. Alvi Alco is a wife to Brian Oviambo. And Michael Courier is the Operations and Networking Officer for Vocal Africa. I want to welcome both of you to the studio this morning.
Thank you.
Asante.
Good morning and karibu.
Asante.
So even as we get into this, many would ask, who are you and why are you here? Almost 2 months ago now, Brian Odhiambo went missing, right? And he was last seen around the areas of Lake Nakuru. He is a fisherman by profession, and he had gone to do his normal task. He did not return in the time that they thought he would. And so they began to look for him. A few days, weeks after that, it was said that there were bodies that were found around that. But before that, there was an alarm that was sent out to police, the Kenya Wildlife Service, and the matter was even taken into court. Court said that KWS did not have a case to answer. Unfortunately, after that, there were bodies, one believed to be that of Brian Odhiambo, but have yet to be recovered or confirmed. And that is where we are today. So Alvia Oko is here, and as we do that, we're going to go into the details of the story, because the cry is justice for Brian Odhiambo, and Michael Kuria will help us through that conversation as well. Usually when you come into the situation room, we're going to settle things down a little bit. So CT has a proverb that he wants to share with us today. And in the moment where it is a little bit difficult, I'm still going to ask you to share what you think that proverb means. Is that okay? All right, let's do that.
Proverbs are from the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. A donkey which goes to grow a horn returns with the ears cut off. A donkey that goes to grow a horn returns with the ears cut off.
Alvi, what do you think about that?
I think Brian went to fish so that he can provide for his family, but he did not come back.
Well, yep. Not only have you responded, but you've contextualized it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Brian, sorry.
Michael.
Michael Kuria, yes.
Yes. I would say that someone who sets out to do the unimaginable, even if they do not attain the unimaginable thing they are going to do, they will still attain something else.
Very well said.
Very well said.
Very well said.
Sometimes we look at it just in the negative.
And yet there's a positive way of looking at it.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Michael. So Alvi, it'll be difficult, but I want you to tell us what happened. Tell us when it happened and what happened. Let's start off with you.
It was 18th January around 10 a.m. I left my husband at home, me heading to work. I tell him we'll see each other in the evening. After that, he went fishing, me went to my workplace. Then my mother-in-law called me and told me, Ivy, your husband has been taken by the KWS officer. You can just hurry, come rescue him. Then all of a sudden, he has told me, no, let's just wait, because they have get him into the car to their Land Rover. They will take him to Bondeni police station. We took him there. We went. I just relaxed because I knew I'll just go do some. Then I bail him out. Then it reached 6. No response from him. I tried calling his phone. No one was answering his phone. Then 6, I went. Now look where my husband was. I could not find him. I decided, let me go to KWS officer office. When I went there, I found 2 soldiers there. They told me they don't know the case. Maybe I wait the next day, the one who was to come on the shift. Then I decided, now let me check other police stations. It was Bondeni police station that we were expecting him there. Then I decided I went to Central. I went to medical, PGH, level 5 Nakuru. Brian was not there. I went to Flamingo Post police station. Brian was not there. I decided, let me go some private hospital. Brian was not there. Then I started asking myself, now where could they have been taking him? Because all I heard is that they beat him brutally, and my mother-in-law told me that walimshika na miguu wakimpeleka kwa gari.
Who are these?
The KWS,
okay.
yeah,
Okay.
in uniform.
Okay.
Then I started wondering, what if they injured him? Now they want to put him and them in custody so that he can heal, then bring him out. Then I wake up, even I didn't sleep that Saturday. I wake up on Sunday, went to KWS office. Again, I tell them, you arrested my husband, but he has not been taken to police station. Where have you took him to? And they told me, like, oh, are you sure it's KWS who took him? Yes, I'm 100% sure it's KWS who took him. And all I can know is that you beat him. You brutally beat him. Now, if you want to cover things, you can just give me my husband. He took him to hospital. You see, we don't have any custody here. But I told them, but you are the one who took him. Now where he is? Then he went ahead. You see, maybe if he was taken, if they decided to took him to the water, to get him into the water, to throw him into the water, in 48 hours, he will be floating. Then I just wondering, because yes, my husband used to tell me that the brutality that the KWS people are doing, they might be doing that. Then I told that guy, then muskakuwa mmefanya hivyo kwa sababu Brian had small kids. And we need Brian.
Ulikuwa unaongea na nani ukisema hivyo?
Na KWS officer.
Sasa hiyo Sunday asubuhi.
Hiyo Sunday asubuhi nikamwambia haki, msikakuwa mmefanya hivyo. Mtakuwa mmenikosea, na kama ni samaki Brian hatarudi tena kufanya nini? Kuvua. Nipeni tu bwana wangu. Na nilishtuka tu mara moja. Then they told me like, no, you just go report the missing person.
So Alvi, as tukiongea kuhusu story ya Brian, ni nani alikuwa anaambia mother-in-law that Brian alikuwa arrested? I mean, mwenye alimpatia hiyo info, ni nani alimwambia Brian has been arrested, na hiyo information yake imetumika kama testament ya amerecord statement?
Mom, kuna kijana alikuwa anakata ponyasi. Unaona hapo ndani
ya KWS.
Hapo ndani wanaingiaga wanakata nyasi. So kijana si alikimbia kaita Carlos, brother Brian. Akamwambia brother yako amechukuliwa. Sasa mama naye alikuwa anakunywa chai, si pia afuate. Si ndo akifuata akapata walikuwa shamrukisha waya, wanaenda naye, wanamvuruta na mguu. Brian was unable to walk, and one of the KWS alikuwa amevaa inaitwa gloves kwa mkono. Amechukua dhafaa hizo time, anampaka nazo hivi kwa uso.
So mom aliwitness,
Carlos aliwitness. There's some witnesses, women were there. Then ile screaming, ile screaming ndio ilituma wakaenda na Brian. Mimi nashindwaje, KWS kabisa walionekana wakichukua Brian. Sijui mbona hata ujaji alikuwa anasema hawakuchukua Brian. Huyo David Oyugi mwenyewe alikubali tukiwa kotini walichukua Brian.
David Oyugi nani?
Huyo mkubwa in charge of the KWS alikubali walichukua Brian. Sijui mbona ilifika mali tena wanasema hawakuchukua Brian.
Okay. Wakati mlitoka kotini, when you left court, now that was after that Sunday when you addressed them directly, the next week you were in court, I mean, which we also walikuambia KWS hawana case.
Walisema KWS hawana case, hawana hiyo inaitwaje, hawana hiyo nini ya kuonyesha alikuwa kwa custody yao.
Okay. So they said he was not in their custody. They said there was no case to answer. What were you supposed to do next?
Walituambia, wote nakumbuka walisema we go the other ways in compensation ways.
So they wana compensate based off what?
Ati we go the other ways. Unajua what this judge said? Judge actually alikata case kama watu wayuko hapo. Alisoma kesi tukiwa mimi na mom, na hata lawyer wetu hakukuwa amefika. So alisema tu sijui tuulize lawyer mgani kando wa Imlo. Unaelewa? In which alifanya makosa. Alikuwa nafaa tukue wote baka na lawyer aseme hizi vitu zote. Aliongoja tumeenda. Kesi ilikuwa 11:30. Alisoma kesi 10:30. People are not there.
So lawyer wako
10:30.
alikuwa
Lawyer wangu alikuwa anaongojea ndo tukuje sasa hiyo 11:30. So kila mtu yuko nje, kila mtu yuko shughuli zake, then wanasoma kesi. Si tunaitwa, tulikuwa tumekaa hapo tunaongojea 11:30 ifike, tunaitwa kuja, kesi yenu inaendelea. Sendo ile tukiingia tunasikia ati mi hata actually kuna kitu nilisikia ni KWS they don't have, yani hawayuko in responsible of Brian being in their custody. You can go the other ways like compensation ways.
Compensation for what?
Akusema ni nini, alisema we go the other ways in compensation. So kitu yenye alisema ni hii yenye tulienda produce Brian either dead or alive, ati ni ngumu kwa.
So Michael, tukiongea kuhusu historia ya Brian, you as a lawyer,
I'm not a
lawyer.
I'm a human rights officer. Africa, yes.
Okay, so now historia amepelekwa kotini, ruling imepeanwa that KWS have no case to answer. Now here is a question of historia compensation. It's compensation based off what?
First of all is to thank you guys for inviting us here today to, as we continue to pursue justice for Brian. And, me and Alvi, we are not lawmen. Sisi ni watu tunasikia Rosalia amesema nini huyo.
Yeah.
But from what I understand, what happened on that date is that the application that was made was for Brian to be produced dead or alive. And according to the evidence that was available to the judge at that particular moment, he said that he's not convinced that KWS have Brian. So there was nothing else to proceed with. He said the evidence that he has been presented at the table is not enough for him to actually say that to tell KWS to produce Brian, because I think from the application, then there was not enough evidence, which we understand.
So essentially, the case was dismissed from the court. All right.
Yes.
So take us down now. I mean, it was a couple of weeks after that the next development, and I don't want to be the one to tell the story, but what was the next development that has brought us to the place now where there's a high suspicion that Brian is not alive?
Well, you see, when CT asked us to describe this proverb, the first thing that came to mind was what I said about you might go looking for something and find something else. When we got the call from Brian's family, we knew we are just going to put some pressure and he's in custody, he'll be released. And then we got to Nakuru, and then we start asking around, and then what we hear is that Brian was taken, and he's not the first person, he's not the second, he's not the 10th, he's not the 15th. These are information from the residents. In a span of like 30 minutes, you'd have gotten that information. They'll even tell you there are people that were shot. So we started gathering that this is something that is bigger than what we are seeing.
Yeah.
And that's when we started. So fast forward to the dismissing of the case. So the next thing after the lawyers put their heads together, they decided that we should seek for a petition to identify if and how many cases of people might be how many victims of these, I want to call it enforced disappearances in the park. And that is where we started. We did a petition, which is what we have been seeing on the news every other time we are in court. So they drew up a petition, and we want to get permission or to get the government to see if they can declare, KWS, the park, the Lake Nakuru National Park, as a crime scene, because many people are complaining, and the evidence, what do we call it? From what we hear from residents, and as Alvi said here earlier, there were more than 10 people who saw Brian being taken, and they are convinced Brian is in the park.
Okay.
And it's not one person. So we are made to believe. And because now we cannot proceed with this case since the judge said there's not enough evidence, so we have to find a way to convince the court that indeed we can find Brian, and that's when we started.
Okay.
Yes.
So then, after that, when the individual came out saying that they had seen or what they thought were bodies around the lake area, what was that about?
Well, I got a call actually from Alvi, and she told me there's someone she trusts. I think they've been friends for a while. A friend to one of the officers in the park. So he'd gone to visit that friend, and as they were walking, in fact, he said he saw a few bodies. He took a glance, he saw a few bodies. So when he came, and there were all these rumors that Brian is in the park. People say the officers kill and they throw you in the park or they bury you somewhere. So he came and talked to Alvi, and Alvi called us, told us that someone has seen Brian, the body of Brian in the park.
Did this individual specifically say that he had seen Brian's body word for word?
Yes, yes. Which means this is an individual that knows Brian, knows how Brian dresses. Because he just glanced and he saw. So he came, he told Alvi called us, and the lawyer and the family tried to access the park, but then it became a problem because they were refused access.
Okay.
Then we had to wait for the weekend to end, get to Monday, which still was a problem. From morning, I think we accessed the park at around 4 p.m. So that's how we got there.
Okay. And so getting into the park, were you there, Alvi?
Yeah, I was there.
Okay. Did you see any bodies in the park?
No, I didn't see any bodies, but I see graves, and they were freshly dug. And what just came into my mind is that there was a cover-up because we were to get into the park on Thursday. But all of a sudden, the deputy DCIO called me. At now we've got the access to the park. We should go there on Sunday. But Wakili was not there, so we could have not go. So the Wakili requested we go on Monday. So this 4 days of covering up. And this our witness did not doubt. We went and find wherever he took us, we find a grave that was freshly dug. Freshly dug. We go to the next. We had two scenes. When we go to the other scene, we find also holes that looks like graves and freshly dug. And he told us it was 6 holes, and it was exactly the way he told us.
I want to ask this question. You say that you're talking to the community who live around the lake. Brian's case was just one out of many.
Yes.
So why had this not come to light before if other people had disappeared?
City, we're in Nairobi, and things happen in the villages.
Yes, they do.
You remember in Shakahola? Took us time. We found over 300 people who had even rotten. So apparently this is something that keeps happening in the park. And many families suffer in silence. So when you got there, when we started talking to people, someone tells you, even I know a friend of mine whose son disappeared. We have never seen him. Last was seen going into the park. There are people who have been shot. I think last week we had presented a petition to Senate. We were with at least 3 families who all claim their kin were last seen at the park. And there is one whose kin is already dead, shot by the officers. And there are many others.
And when you say shot, the bodies were recovered?
Yeah, one has buried their child.
Okay. Let me ask this question. Do people fish in Lake Nakuru legally?
Well, you're not supposed to fish in Lake Nakuru.
Why?
For reasons I do not know, but people speculate that it is said that the fish that is found in the lake is not suitable for human consumption. But still, people fish and people consume that fish. And there's something else that you should know. You see, from the information we got from the people, which is, of course, we have not verified, is that there is some sort of business that goes on between the officers in the lake and fishermen.
That is the officers, the KWS officers.
Yes.
Yes.
You come in, you give them 10,000, they give you a few hours to fish.
Per day?
10,000 is just a figure.
Okay.
But there is a fee. It's illegal. You're not supposed to fish, but they have created some sort of a scheme where you can come and you pay them, and then they allow you to fish, and they allow you to go to where you'll catch bigger fish and better fish. So from what we thought, it's just that there are some fishermen who cannot afford to pay this thing, this fee. Because you see, most of them, tunafish leo, tunakula leo. Tunauza leo 70 bob, tunauza ya 300, we pay school fees, tokens, nini, inaisha. So I think from what we gathered is they are usually a bit bitter if you are not, paying the toll.
To pay the 10,000. Okay. This is a conversation that we're having this morning. Brian Odhiambo is a fisherman, and we're looking at the 18th of January when he left his wife to go and fish. It's established that there's a fee or a token that you would pay to KWS officers to be able to fish within the national park, Lake Nakuru National Park, which we've already known that is not a legal activity. However, today, and we're going to say his name, Brian Odhiambo, is missing. There are many thoughts in terms of where he could be or what could have happened to him. His wife, Alvia Oko, is here. Human rights activist Michael Kuria is here as well. And we're having the conversation. We want to know where Brian is. His wife, his children want to know what happened to him and would love to know where he is. And calling on all involved, whether it is government at that level, whether it is KWS, whether it is DCI, to find Brian. And again, we're going to say his name, Brian Odhiambo, a fisherman in Nakuru. We can't find him. His wife and his children want to know where he is. This conversation continues. It's 28 minutes to 10.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi this morning. Highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 26 in a partly sunny Nakuru. It is 20 and sunny in Nyeri, while Eldoret at 20 is mostly cloudy. Mombasa at 30 is sunny with sunny conditions at 31 in Malindi. Cloudy at 24 into Kisumu, while Kakamega at 23 is cloudy. It's mostly sunny at 21 into Kampala, while Dar es Salaam at 28 is mostly sunny. It's 20 and sunny in Johannesburg, while Mogadishu at 31 is sunny, and it's 18 and sunny into Addis Ababa. Mostly sunny at 27 into Lagos, while it's cloudy at 24 in Kinshasa. A quick look into Beijing. Monday afternoon is 20 degrees, 7 degrees and sunny into Paris, while cloudy at 7 in London. And Sunday night in New York is cloudy coming into Monday. We'll see highs of 11 and lows of 6.
Spice up your life.
Looks like we're done and dusted with traffic hour this morning. Just a little bit of that left coming off the Thika Superhighway right around that Pangani underpass. And it looks like that'll be most of it, at least for now. If you look at other parts of the city, maybe just on Mombasa Road, we have a little of that going towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. And then from Jogo Road through towards Landis at the Kamkunji junction is where we have some traffic as well. But traffic for this part of the day seems to have been sorted. Let's talk through the morning. SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Alvia Oko is the wife of Brian Odhiambo, who went missing a couple of months ago now. The 18th of March would have made it 2 months exactly since the last time she saw him, and 3 days after that, 4 days now, 6 days after that. So for 2 months and 6 days, You've not seen him. And the question is now, with the courts saying what they said, with this witness who came out, and we will not mention their names, obviously because this is still an ongoing process, with those witnesses who have come forward to say that there's a possibility that they saw him, the question is, Alvi, where are we now in terms of what is going to be done?
We went back to court with Vocal Africa and we decided to do an inquest. Now the inquest was, the DCI were given 30 days to finish the investigation, and the DPP was given 21 days to prosecute those who took Brian. If they could, kama watafanya hivyo, tutaenda na inquest. Now the judiciary au wenyewe watachunguza kwenye Brian nako. Na mi hata kitu nanishtua ni baka sai tujaipelekwa na DCI koti atili ya serikali 2 months kabisa, umeenda ukaripoti kwa mtu, tuoni kinu wetu, tuoni sioni baba watoto wangu, inasemekana wajai kabisa. So nashindwa, mara faili iko na DPP huko Nairobi, yani ujui kitu na kule ingine. So sisi tulikuwa tuna request hiyo inquest tu you went through at least hata tukipo tu time tuje search Brian. So ama wa KWS wenyewe watu pate to Brian.
Wakati the witness akiwaambia kulikuwa na the graves or whatever, at that point mlikuwa na lawyer. I just want to understand or just paint a picture of what you saw, and if indeed officers when you walikuwa pale walichukua any samples from ground to help with investigations, because we're talking about DNA samples and whatnot in Yoneza. So did anything like that ever take place?
Yeah, walichukua mchanga in each and in every grave, wakaenda wakasema wataenda kufanya forensics kuangalia kama kulikuwa kuna any human decay hapo. So kwa grave ya kwanza ilikuwa in a private institution, wakasema ati sijui walichimba hapo kwa sababu walikuwa wanachukua maua, sijui walikuwa wanachukua mchanga kwenda kupanga maua, kupanda maua, in which hata it makes sense.
Private institution in the park.
Kulikuwa na nikaa kihoteli hapo ndani. Walikuwa ati wanaenda kupanda maua kwa mchanga.
Lake Nakuru National Park, that's what it's called, has a lake, but it also has
establishments, yes.
So ilikuwa kando tu nje ya fence, but ni Lake Nakuru tu bado. Hapo kwenye tu huyo kijana alitupeleka tu ni hapa. Tukapata ukweli kumichimbo. Wanasema walichimba Saturday, ati walikuwa wameenda kuchukua mchanga wapande na maua. Na mchanga yenyewe wanasema walichukua kina Khalid Hussein ndo waliona ilikuwa mchanga mingi. In which kama ukweli walienda kupanda na maua, labda inaweza kuwa ni manyua kwa sababu au ndo anajua kenye walifanya, but yezi kuwa tu ni coincidence. Kwenye si tunataka kuenda na nyinyi mlichimba hiyo mchanga, kwa nini walichimba hiyo mchanga? Huku kwingine na unaona kabisa ni freshly dug. Kabisa very fresh. Na hata kama ni ati fuko niliona inachimba shimo kidogo, ile shimo ni kubwa, inaweza toshea mtu.
So Kipchumba Murkomen alikuwa Nakuru recently, and mother-in-law alizungumza na Murkomen aki-promise that everything will be done to ensure that Brian's case is handled. As you speak saizi, any communication from his office, from police, is entire case imepewa priority? Just give us a glimpse after Murkomen aliongea na mama.
Murkomen aliongea na mom ukweli, na alipromise atatushughulikia in 1 week time. In which hiyo 1 week time inaisha on Wednesday. Alikuwa Nakuru on Wednesday na alipata chance ya kuongea na mother-in-law wangu, na akasema in 1 week time hiyo Wednesday atakuwa communicate back to us. Ataangalia kwenye hizo uchunguzi zimefikia, na alisema wenye walichukua Brian wachukuliwe wekwe ndani na watupatie Brian in whichever way.
But hakuna statement yote since your time?
Nothing.
So the Wednesday expires this coming Wednesday, day after tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. We will wait and see. Yeah.
I'm going back to something that you mentioned about the number of cases. It's disturbing that people have died, they've disappeared, some have been found, some have been buried, and the numbers are not 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. You work in the civil society space. How does this happen? How does a community lose so many people and yet one doesn't even hear of it? It takes the disappearance, that's what I'm calling it, of Brian, for these stories to now come out, and we were asking, how did this happen?
You see, City, in those areas of Naivasha and Nakuru, many young people who are jobless. We are aware hakuna kazi. There are not many jobs available. So people do what they can. Sometimes people come from Naivasha, they go to fish in Nakuru. Nobody knows you have gone to Nakuru. You went to fish. You go into the lake, the officers find you, they do whatever they do with you. There's a theory from the local fishermen there that there's a technique they use to make the bodies to be never seen. They'll tie a piece of stone
block,
and once you sink, you'll never come up again. And that is why we are insisting. That's why we requested the inquest. We want Lake Nakuru to be declared a crime scene. Up to now, you wonder why the government has not even, put any effort to at least send in some divers to see if there are remains down there.
Have you requested?
Should be automatic. Yes, now we have requested. So in this inquest, we once it's declared a crime scene, we want people to go into the lake and see if we can find remains, because the villagers there, they can openly tell you, but Skizwa and Agopa, they don't want to be recorded, because we all know what happens when you are seen talking ill of the government.
What happens?
What happens?
From what you've witnessed, what happens when people talk? Because they're not talking against the government. They are talking about something they've seen.
Yeah.
You see, there is perception. Let's go back to the recent abductions. People would tweet, retweet, and then you'll be abducted. So people still feel if I say something that might be putting the government on the spot, they might come after us. And people are afraid, truth be told. You go there, unaongea na vijana, they'll talk to you, they'll tell you details. You tell them, now, can I put this on record? Acha tujifunge, they want to tie themselves, they want to hide their faces. So when you go talk to them, even you, if you went today, they'll tell you, but they will not want you to document it using their names or their faces. People are afraid. So that's why we are saying Lake Nakuru should be, it's like a shakahola. There's a time we were there for the second hearing for the inquest, and people were chanting, Lake Nakuru ni shakahola, because people die there.
According to what you're saying, people have seen that several people have been taken to the lake, but they've not seen, it's a bit difficult, because have they seen, have there been bodies that have been realized from the lake? Has this happened before? Or is it a suspicion that people have gone into the park and have never come out?
During the week, Brian, after the case, the week that followed, there were 2 bodies that were removed from the lake.
By whom?
The KWS officers. And people will say they are doing this, now they're removing these bodies because they want to create the perception that these are illegal fishermen who had an accident and now they have drowned. And as you can see, usually we pull up the bodies.
Oh, they slipped and fell into the lake, know, so they retrieve the bodies. Okay.
Yes, but then a post-mortem was done on the body, and it was assault.
Okay,
someone had been beaten, and who beat you in the lake?
Sure.
Those money.
There's a question.
So those are the questions. And you go to Naivasha mortuary, you find there are like 17 unclaimed bodies there. And people will tell you, see, sometimes these people are killed, they're thrown into the lake, and somehow the rock that they are tied to gets off, and then they float, and then they are removed, they are taken to the morgues. So, you see, all these are stories, but you cannot ignore them. They need to be verified. And that is why the government
That's why
must
there's
do
a call for an inquest.
Yes.
Alvi, how many children do you have? And how old are they?
I have 2 children. I have a 6-year-old girl and a 2-year-old baby boy.
And how have you been taking care of them even when Brian was there?
We've been just struggling because Brian used to pay school fees. We used to help each other. Now, you see, sometimes I do shopping for the house, I do rent, I do school fees, I do this meal, and I provide daily basics. And tukuwai nyima watoto wetu. Tukuwai. Ile kidogo Mungu alikuwa anatupatia, yeye akienda leo Kenya amepata, mimi nikienda job yenye nimepata, used to bring out na yani watoto wetu hakuna kitu tume wanyema mimi kitu. Hawa watu wamenieka kwa maisha ngumu sana. Like bless ngumu sijui hata kwenye nataka kwanza na watoto sijui.
How do you explain to the babies where their father is?
Nowadays I don't explain because my 6-year-old daughter told me, Mom, I was told by a friend my father was took by KWS, akatupu kwa maji, so acha kuniambia dada tarudi. Nikamwambia, Mom, we have God, na huyu Mungu alijua na lazima dada atarudi. Watoto wangu wana closure. Ni ngumu nivae shati, nikivaa mdogo anakuuliza, Mom, dadi yangu alienda wapi? Ashindwa hata kitu kumwambia, ashindwa. Yani watu wameleta tu huzuni kwangu na kwa watoto wangu na kwa familia mzima ya Brian. Brian alikuwa mume wa mtu. Brian ndo alikuwa msaidizi wangu. He was everything to me. He was like a father to me, kwa sababu pia mimi sina hiyo father figure. But sasa nashindo, umelelewa bila baba, sasa unataka kulea tena watoto bila baba. It's too hard kwangu. It's too hard. Too hard.
What do you believe happened to him?
Kitu tunaambiwa ni Brayo alichapo sana na ati alipewa maji akakata roho.
Are you optimistic that perhaps he might come back home alive? I mean, it's everyone's hope that Brian is still alive.
2 months. 2 months uko tu na mtu umemweka mahali watoto wake wanamtaka, you better give me that kiwete tumweke kwa wheelchair. Nilikuwa very willing. I'll do any sort to provide for Brian and my kids. Wanipe tu. Nilikuwa very willing, but nilikuja nikajiuliza 2 months down the line uko tu na mtoto wa mtu, uko na baba mtu umemshikilia tu. Hapo matumaini tu ilianza kutoka tu. Kama kuna mtu alikuwa na hope kabisa kwa sisi wote ni mimi. Nilikuwa najua Brian atakuja kurudi. But day in day out unasikia stories, alafu najua mimi naishi estate, so unasikia story kutoka kwa huyu, unasikia story kutoka kwa huyu, plus Brian mwenyewe angekwambia vitu zinafanyika huko ndani.
What did he tell you about what happens there? Alikwambia nini?
Alikuwa anakuambia hawa watu wakikushika, unajua ni wanatengeneza njia kwa wanakurusha kwa mstoni, wewe utengeneze njia au wapite wakikuchapa, so wanaweza kukuumiza. Kama siku unaona walimuumiza, wanakukanyaga na boots. Wakikushika wale watu wanakufanya venye wanataka. So nilikuwa na uoga, ndio baka nitoke niende kwao KWS kwenyewe. Unaona nilienda bondeni nikamkosa, nikajua acha niende wapi. Nilijua wamemuumiza.
Nikuulize, yani Brian vile alivyokuwa akizungumza kuhusu unyama ya hao maofisa wa KWS. Ana marafiki ambao alikuwa ameshuhudia wametendwa hivyo ama alikuwa amesikia kwa wenzake?
Ako na marafiki. Ako na marafiki wengi. Kuna mwenye baka aliran mad, kuchapwa. Kuna mwenye Kuna mwenye alikatwa nyama hivi, alienda kwa mashamba, hayuko Nakuru, juu kuchapwa. Kuna mwenye ongei kabisa. So I was ready for everything, but kitu nilikuwa najua kurudi na watarudi akiwa sawa, but sikukuwa nimemweka kwa hiyo part ya kifo until senye niliona atumuoni kabisa. Hiyo tu ndio ilituma nikajiambia hawa. So nikikaa hivi kidogo, rafiki yangu akaniambia, na what if nasikia Brian alienda hapo hivyo kwa hiyo gate akakunywa maji na akakata roho, au wengine wakipelekwa Bondeni police station yakarudishwa ndani. Hapo tu ndo roho ile.
Au wenye alikuwa nao wenye walipelekwa Bondeni police station, have you spoken to them and what are they saying?
Wote wanasema Brian alikuwa kwa gari, wali exchange gari, na Brian hakuweza kumove kabisa. Yeye alikuwa tu amelala kabisa. Hakuwa anaweza kumove.
Alikuwa ameongelesha mtu yoyote?
Unajua yeye alitolewa nje ya fence. Yeye alikuwa ameweza kuruka akatoka baka nje ya fence. Brian alichukuliwa nje ya fence tu akarudishwa ndani. So ile katika ile harakati ya kuchapwa, Brian alienda na kama alesha. Brian alikuwa amefast akichukuliwa. He was praying. So alikuwa tu amelala, he was helpless. Alikuwa tu amelala. Now I think venye waliona imekuwa ngumu kwao, si ndio wakasema waitishe Land Rover nyingine wa exchange yani. So wale 11 wakapelekwa Bondeni, but Brian hakupelekwa. Wote wanasema Brian hakupelekwa hiyo station, walirudisha ndani ya park. Sasa huku kwenye walimrudisha ndani ya park ndo tujui ni wapi. Au wenyewe huyu David Oyugi anakubali kabisa walichukua Brian, mara Brian aliapa. Au wenyewe walishikwa na Brian anasema Brian hakuepa, Brian alikuwa amelala tu kwa gari.
So kwa ufupi, siku ambao Brian inasemekana alishikwa, kuna wengine walishikwa pia. So there were 11.
There were 11. So plus Brian walikuwa 12.
So Brian peke yake ndio hakurudi.
Hakuweza.
Na umewahi kuongea na hao wengine?
Kuna mwenye tulipatana, unaona sasa ile katika ile harakati ya riot, kuna mwenye alijitokeza na akatuambia kule Brian alikuwa tu amelala. Na ati wao wenyewe wakasema ati acha nini na huyu hataenda, tutampeleka wapi hospitali. Baka sai.
You see, we live in a country where we expect that the leadership, the police would come through for us at our lowest moment. At a point where KWS is there to serve the public and to ensure that even that park is protected for the residents, because that park is not property for KWS, it's property for the people of Kenya. And when Brian goes there to eke a living, it's because there are no jobs. And even if he was on the wrong, there is a judicial process that everyone should follow. And there is no reason why anybody would take Brian's life or mistreat Brian or beat up Brian because he broke the law. City, you grew up in Nakuru.
I did.
At any point, did you ever access it?
If you ask me the story before KWS or what it was called, I'm trying to remember what the earlier name was established, you could just go to the lake.
Yes.
There was no one stopping you. There was nothing.
Yes.
Then KWS came into being, and then the hotels came in. But the truth of the matter is that this is not the only government facility that we know of.
Yes.
Naivasha also has KWS officers because they're animals that live within the lake.
Even the ocean has KWS because marine
you talk about it. I'm just thinking of places where the Mara, all these game reserves, game parks have KWS. The infamous one is Savo. Savo is where we found very many bodies, and stories of bodies being half-eaten have emerged. So the question you want to ask yourself is this. This is what we are hearing now. For how long have people been disappearing?
Yes.
Because it can't be yesterday. For how long? And the community has kept quiet.
Yeah. Which begs the question, Avi, why does it feel as though the community in Nakuru has been silent, especially at a point where people have been disappearing, because you're right in the center of it.
And Brian told you that people, Brian, you said, Brian told you as well that this is something that they know. Why would people not speak out before this?
Watu wanaogopa. Unajua KWS ni wanyama, they are animal themselves.
The animals protecting animals.
They are animals themselves. So unapata mtu anaogopa ile nikisema na kesho nikishikwa nikivua si watani maleza. Unaona? Nikisema yani huku ndani baka wa mama wanarepiwa. Huku saiza Mwarekibi mama wanarepiwa, lakini sasa kwa sababu hapo ndio unaendaga kuvua unapata pesa, unaona sitapeana, sitasema. Aya DCI akiambiwa wachunguze, wamalizi, wakamilishe uchunguzi wao. Unapata kuna huyu mama mwenye mtoto wake alipotea nao. This is the third year. Alituambia alitishiwa. To an extent baka akahama kwenye alikuwa anaishi, akakuja the other place. Jua kuambiwa tu na tukisikia ukiongea tena tunakumaliza.
So I mean, an inquest has been called. A judge has pronounced himself saying that investigation should happen between 21 and 30 days. Both of these issues should come to light. But you have an opportunity, Alvi, if you were to speak to the president today, the highest in the land, what would you be asking?
Mimi ningeambia president wetu wa Kenya Dr. William Samoei Ruto, tunataka tu closure ya Brayo. Shit do happen. Tunataka closure tu ile. At least I can tell my children I buried your father there. It will be easier for me. Lakini it will be hard kumwambia alipotezwa na KWS na tukanyamaza. Tena next tunataka justice ya Brayo. Brian was a father. Brian was a husband. Brian was a son to someone. Alikuwa na brothers na sisters. Mimi kitu tu ninaomba ni justice for Brian Odhiambo.
Michael, from an activist point of view and what will happen legally in the next couple of weeks or so, what outcomes and how can we deal with those particular outcomes?
Well, for us, it's very simple. Justice. If Brian was fishing illegally, book him. Let's take him through the due process. But we cannot allow agencies of the government to be taking matters in their own hands. Started with the police, picking people from the streets. Now it's going to KWS. Who knows who next will be taking people and hiding them away until we have to come here for Alvi to be asking for the corpse of his husband and the father to her children. It's so sad when you speak to the mom and you can hear what she's saying. She's saying that she does not even mind to get her son's body dead. She's okay with that. Yani hapo ndo amefikishwa. She just wants to get the body. The injustices that are happening in this country, and every day we keep quiet and they look normal. It's something that people should start discussing actively and pushing for justice for such families, because this is just an example. There are many families like we have told you. So for us, it's we'll wait for the days to pass, but Lake Nakuru should be an investigation should be opened there, because we are sure many people might have faced a lot of injustices there and they are quiet. Just maybe to add on what you had asked her about Brian knowing what happens there and they still go back. People have no option. People are out of options. You can't sleep hungry and there's a lake that can give you a fish. So people would rather risk going there. They know what happens, but they're still going there. So all this can be solved. Let us provide opportunities for young people, and when we find them in such situations, let's not kill them, let's not make them disappear. So far, this is a case of enforced disappearance as we take it, but you never know. From what the wife is saying and what the mother says, very soon it might be declared a case of extrajudicial killing. It's very possible, because there are already people who have been killed there, people we know, people we have documented, and these cases go back.
Sure. It's our job to keep these conversations front and center. It's our job to bring out these issues and keep them alive until something is done. It's one of the things that we do here every day. Michael Courier, I want to thank you for being here. Alvi, our hearts are with you. At this, it's not easy to be in this position where you don't know and already dealt with. So you have support from the country. And that's the case. The hope is that something and the wishes of your heart will be granted. I want to thank you for taking the strength to be here this morning, and everybody stands with you and hopes that the wishes of your heart will be granted and that justice for Brian will actually be done. On Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, we say his name, Brian Odhiambo, fisherman from Lake Nakuru area, missing for 2 months and 6 days. Not sure where he is or what's happening. An inquest is taking place. Let's see what happens as a result of that. But we do pray for the best. And we keep these conversations day after day in the Situation Room. Thank you for being here this morning for it. We'll talk again tomorrow, God willing. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lal Uba.